Why don't we just agree
Welcome
everything
to
beyond?
the Jordan School District Board of Education meeting. Tonight is February 10th, 2026, and we are joined this evening with all 7 members of the Board of Education, as well as the superintendent, associate superintendent, business administrator, board attorney, and other members who will be presenting to us this evening. We appreciate you joining us. We will begin this evening with our agenda item 1A, a draft resolution of the Salt Lake County Hazard Mitigation Plan. We'll invite Mr. Thomas and Mr. Roberts to the table.
Thank you, President George. We just wanted to come back. I had to remind myself that some projects take so long that there's a turnover on the board. And so some board members call and say, hey, can you walk me through what this is? And they're always very kind and very nice. And I have to apologize. But this was a multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan that came before the board in September of 2024. And so, and even before that, Ian, I believe it was, we first learned about it in April of 2024, correct?
Yes.
So it's been nearly 2 years. And like I said, some of these projects take an awful long time. So thank you for your patience. In a nutshell, I'll kind of give you the high level overview of what this is, and then I'll let Ian answer any questions you might have. But bottom line, we learned that in order for the school district and other districts and municipalities to qualify for FEMA funding in the event of, or FEMA reimbursement or funding in the event of a natural disaster, a flood, hurricane, tornado, fire, that we need to develop or be part of a hazard mitigation plan. And so when we came back to, when we brought this to the board about 1.5 years ago, we had 3 options, and one was to develop and maintain our own hazard mitigation plan that we just built from scratch. One was to participate in a hazard hazard mitigation plan or update being led by the county or by a county or local jurisdiction, and another one was to annex into an existing hazard mitigation plan that was already underway. So at the time, we were kind of led into thinking the best option was to get on board with Salt Lake County at the time, join them in their efforts because they were developing one. And so that was the recommendation to the board, and the board gave staff direction to move in that direction, which is what Ian and his staff did. They attended multiple workshops and in order to provide feedback and to participate in that. And so that's where we're at. There's been a number of volumes that have come out. Revisions have been made over the past 1.5 years. And so I'll let Ian from here answer any questions. And part of that plan was to, at the end, create a resolution, basically, that the board, your respective boards, would then be able to pass a resolution saying we are officially part of this plan, and then that would qualify us for any FEMA funding should there be an unfortunate event that takes place within the district.
Questions? I have a question.
Good, because Ian's really prepared, and he was.
I'm curious, what are our roles and responsibilities in this plan?
So all they've asked for us to do for this update cycle is to just have a community awareness. So twice a year, they'd like us to use social media, whether that be Facebook, X, our district website, to post that hazard mitigation plan, so give it access to the public. And Skyward is an option as well. And then
Participate in any updates.
so this is a 5-year plan. As we approach 2029, we will likely go through the same process, participate in another update, kind of provide, so there will be kind of continuous updates as we move through it. But we will be asked to participate to a new plan.
Okay. So the plan that we're posting is like pretty huge, right? Like, did you tell me over 400 pages?
That's just one volume. So Suzanne, Ms. Wood, was able to find one volume that we didn't even have yet. And I think since then, Ian received volume 2.
Yes, this afternoon we received the entirety of the hazard mitigation, and it's just under 2,000 pages.
So we're posting it, but that's not very readable for our public. Are they hoping that our public gets something from that? Do we need to?
Well, I mean, we can give them that access, but there's also kind of a summarization of it. So
Executive summary that we could provide. Yeah.
I can say I just searched for the word school in the document, and it was able to get me to just over 100 citations for school if the public or anybody listening is curious about school relevance in that 2,000 pages almost.
Anyone else have questions?
What is the school district binding itself to by agreeing to this? Are we agreeing to do certain things to our buildings over a certain time period? What's the financial burden, if any?
to my knowledge, there's no financial burden. All it is just kind of creating an awareness of those hazards for our community.
Because there were some tables in the plan. I know Ms. Wood found one, for example, that talked about schools that are in floodplains, and we kind of went through that. None of our schools, according to their assessment, were in floodplains, but regardless, if there ever was, we would receive full or partial funding from FEMA in the event of an emergency or a disaster.
And if we didn't agree to this and say we had a natural disaster, a fire or something that destroyed part or all of one of our buildings, what would we do as a district to take care of that?
Called John, and I think we'd be on our own. That's my understanding.
Federal disaster funds, grants that may be made available as well.
Our facilities are insured with state risk management, so we do pay a sizable, just like our homes, with a property insurance, homeowners insurance. We carry insurance on our buildings, but should there be a large event, the state's insurance will not be able to cover that.
Unless we have participated.
Right. And so a large event, that's the purpose of FEMA, is to come in and help with things that local jurisdictions could not really take care of on their own.
Did we help with this plan at all? Did they ask anything of us? What did we contribute? And come 2029, when we have to do this again, were we good partners? Are they going to kick us out, or are we going to be able to keep working together?
Yeah, it's something that we were able to participate in many workshops and webinars. So we provided a lot of input and helped in identifying a lot of those hazards that our communities are exposed to. Their goal with this, they claim that $1 spent on mitigation will actually save $6 on the back end in the event of a disaster. So our participation, I don't feel like it was unwanted. I'm pretty sure we'll be able to participate when it comes around again in 2029.
And we are aware. I think the canyons was part of the county project. The county plan is where did you say there were like 20?
So there were 23 towns and cities, 2 school districts, the Canyons being the other one, and then 1 community college that participated. So there were additional entities that also had their own plan in place that did not jump on and piggyback with the.
So there are a lot of school districts within the county that we were just assuming they either did their own plans or annexed into an existing.
So because of this topic, I looked up our AA 435 policy on emergency management programs. And one of the things that I noticed was that we would partner with state, county, and local agencies. So I appreciate this approach to partner with the county in having a really comprehensive plan for the community, and the school district being a significant part of that.
Thank you.
Look at you going to policy. I'm so proud.
You inspired me, Bryce.
Paul has also helped us draft the resolution, and that's something else you see. So I guess the question would be direction for approval. Does it go on the consent agenda, special business item? But with your direction and support, we're ready to move in that direction for perhaps the next board meeting to get it on the agenda in any case. And
Yeah, I don't think you need to bring it up as a special item. And I know we don't usually do resolutions. The resolution is just for their convenience. It's their preferred method. So we can just tack it on, something else that you approve.
Anyone have concerns with adding this to our next consent agenda? All right, perfect. Well, thank you for the information. We appreciate you being here.
thank you. Thanks for hanging in there with us for a long time. Took a minute.
We'll
Appreciate
hang out
it.
with you forever.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to agenda item 1B, exception request to administrative policy AA414, student overnight travel. We'll invite Mr. Sorensen and Mr. Gatton. Am I saying it wrong? Oh, good.
That's right. Perfect.
Okay, to the table. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Yeah, we just, as you see in your board docs, we have a request for a second trip. Harriman High, as part of our new policy, as it states, anytime that a team desires an additional trip beyond the allocated, they can request that at the board's approval to have this. So in the system, you'll see both trips that are for the track and field team there at Harriman High. One that is the weekend of March 6th and 7th. Both of these are just one-night trips down to compete in a track meet that's held in St. George. And the other one that we're looking to request for your permission would be the one on the 20th, which is 2 weeks later in that competition. So we're here asking, and track is awaiting our decision on if they can move forward with that second opportunity to go down to St. George and compete in the 2-day competition that'll be held down there in St. George.
I'm ready to vote.
And I have a question, just my own curiosity. I don't know if I understand how the seasons work, but in the letter it says for the postseason, what was it? It says, serves as a critical component of our postseason strategy. When is the track and field season? I thought it was in the spring. So this is post of last year's track and field season, or?
No, both of these this is the beginning of the track and field season, but ultimately what they're trying to do is compete in that competition down there in order to increase their RPI ranking that exists, that will be what kind of moves them into the postseason. So both of these are kind of at the beginning of the season, unless I'm seeing something wrong that you're not seeing, Lisa.
Oh, okay, I get it. So this is something to help them after the regular season. It's something before the season to help them in the postseason.
So it's part of the season, but it helps them kind of create their strength of their team, so that going into the postseason they have a better RPI standing. It's kind of what they call it. Tom?
Will you explain the RPI a little bit
Okay.
and why that would be important?
So each event that kids participate in invitationals can be a qualifier for the state tournament or the state BYU meet that we have at BYU later in the season. And so one of the main reasons they want to take this extra trip to St. George is because, number one, the weather's much better, lower elevation, you get better times, and so offers the opportunity for these kids to have two chances to be able to get their qualifying times, and then also to increase the status of the team as far as their ranking goes within 6A for all teams that compete in 6A.
Can you remind me why we limit these trips in the first place? What types of things are we concerned about as staff and as board members? Why do we limit them at all?
Yeah, I would say cost is one of those concerns, and you can see the cost on both of these is relatively small. In this particular one, distance travel, just time commitments. I would think that's probably the main reason why we have the concern, especially with the local trips. We've identified that 375-mile radius as far as those local trips that we call that now. So to me, it's not to be excessive, and we limit that even to 2 days. So you can see in this one, each trip is only one night that they're staying. Where in our policy, we limit them to 2. So they also don't miss a lot of school. So that's the other key part there, is they'll miss that Friday of school.
It's music to my ears to see we have 1 day of school missed between both of the trips. Like, for that, I'm ready to vote. I really appreciate being cognizant of academics.
And I was ready to vote because we spent a lot of time on revising this policy for this program, really, and it's been a good policy. And I think one other team. Did we need a formal vote?
Make a motion.
Wait, one question. So everybody gets 1 trip, correct? And then they have to get the second trip approved, but do we still?
They get it.
One local and one.
Oh, right.
So they're getting 2 quick trips.
But we still
That's
have
why we
to-
have to approve.
We still have to see all of the trips, no matter what. I feel like
No.
we hadn't seen trip 1, so do we technically have to approve trip 1? No. Okay.
I think they're just providing us with information so we can.
We're just
make
approving the
a decision.
exception.
Got it. Thank you.
We didn't want you to feel like they find out later that they'd been to St. George 2 weeks before the trip that you approved. So we wanted to give context to
I
why they're going
really
down and
appreciate
how
that.
often.
Thank you. That gives me a full picture.
But you're right, it's you don't approve all of the other trips. The first trip to St. George is provided for context. The second trip is the only one that you're being asked to approve.
I make a motion, we approve the trip that Herman's Track has brought to us.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Dr. Robinson, second by Mr. Dunford. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor of the motion to approve the second overnight travel for Harriman High School track, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed, please say nay. Right, that motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Luck, bring us a national championship.
No pressure.
No pressure.
Great. All right, let's move into item 1C, a discussion regarding the approval process for the 26-27 fee schedule. I'll just give a little context for this agenda item. We are coming up to approving a new round of fees. And as we finished our last year's discussion, there were some questions that board members had, and we made a commitment that we would talk more before the process came up again. Board members were given an opportunity to bring up specific questions. We didn't hear a lot of them, and so we haven't had that conversation. But now that we're about to begin again, we wanted to take an opportunity to talk a little bit about the process, questions, concerns that board members have, so that as our staff come to present a new fee schedule, they're a little more prepared, and we have had an opportunity as a board to talk about our role in this decision process. So, Dr. Godfrey, do you want to add there?
Yeah, we just want to make sure that as we go into this process, we know what questions you have about that process, and we're able to answer those, be prepared for that. We have not had, in the past years, a lot of public input on fees. Our deadline is April 1st, and we do have to hold 2 public hearings. So the idea is, in talking with Brad and Cody, to bring those fees to you next time to review. We have 3 meetings between now and the deadline. So 2 of those meetings will be presenting, and there will be overlap. 2 of those meetings there will be comment. But in one of those meetings where there would be comment, there would also be a decision from the board. So we'll present next time. The following meeting would be presentation and hearing, and then the final meeting before April 1st would be presentation and decision. So that's the timeline. And we wanted to hear the questions that you have about the process or about fees, the way that it works as we prepare to present to the board is that Brad and Cody contact principals who in turn work with athletic directors, advisors, teachers, coaches about where the fees need to be. For those listening, over the years, there have been efforts, and this has been over a number of years, to make sure that we are intentional and thoughtful about the fees that we do charge, so that we aren't just increasing coffers in certain areas. And I think in large measure we've been able to delay fees where they didn't need to be charged, but this was years ago where individual classes or other groups had not spent down what they had before they were asking for more. So I think we've been responsible in that regard. There was also legislation that required us to spend fees for that particular group. So if you charge a fee for participation in a group, it has to be spent on that group. And you have to put the full cost of that program onto the group. So if you are in drill, you have to pay the full freight of what it costs to be in drill, and that money cannot be used for anything else. Not that it was being used for something else, but that was clarity given in the law. And so over time, we've spent down before we asked for more. We have made sure that programs were spending the money that they collected on the things that they were charging for. And the board has been very helpful in helping offset the fees that were lost for registration, so that schools have been able to continue to operate, and schools have not felt that negative impact of not being charged a general registration fee. There's a requirement, well, looking back, as we've looked at the cost for activities, and particularly for athletics, a good portion of the cost of athletics is the cost of transportation. And we've discussed at times in the past whether the board, like some other districts do, would want to pay transportation to lower the fees. And the previous discussion was all taxpayers should not pay transportation for activities that only certain students participate in. So that is one reason that fees will be as high as they are when you're comparing them with some districts, because some districts pay for transportation up front and then charge for the costs beyond transportation. So that's a little bit of the landscape. One of the requirements, and you'll hear more about this in detail when Brad and Cody come and present, but one requirement under the law is that there has to be a path forward so that students can go all the way through high school without having to pay a fee. The proposed fees allow for a fair amount of choice for students. And so we are proposing fees that do not charge fees for beginning courses. If the board, but that's expensive, and schools are worried about that. So one decision the board will need to make, and I give you all of this context so that as you have questions and we talk about your priorities, that you have this context to think about. It's costly if the board offsets those fees. so if we don't charge them, to give a variety of paths without fees to graduation, a variety of paths to graduation without fees, rather, then it would be expensive to offset that. If we don't offset it, then it means that schools just, and instruction changes, the nature of instruction changes because they can't do the things in class that they would have, labs or materials or other things like that that they might use. The other option is to say, we want a singular path. We do not want a broad path. If you don't want to pay fees, this is the small number of classes you're able to take to accomplish that. Does that range of choices make sense the way I've described?
So the third choice would be, with the narrow path, would mean that all the other classes would have a fee to cover materials.
That's right.
So, was my understanding that when the school fee bill passed, there was some funding allocated for a period of 3 years? Do we know if that funding is actually going to be delivered to schools? Has that decision been made?
The final decision has not been made, no. But prior to the legislative session happening, the Executive Appropriations Committee reversed that funding that was provided and approved by the prior legislature. And that committee said, no, we don't want to do that. They pulled it back, including the funding that we received in August.
That we've already spent?
Yes. However, this morning in Public Education Appropriations Committee, they approved as a request from the committee that the funding we lost in August be restored, which represents half, because it was going to be split over 3 years, 50%, 30%, 20%. So that 50% that we received in August is supposed to come back to us. Frankly, they haven't pulled it back yet. So it's just we'll be able to keep it rather than pay it back.
It's an interesting question of transparency for people who follow the process to listen to the debate, listen to the votes, have money allocated, and then a year later, everything changes. It's been a learning curve this year. I didn't even know they could do that.
Executive Appropriations Committee has quite a bit of power.
Really interesting. So if anybody's interested in asking their legislator about it, I would encourage you to. And if I can help you find their contact, please contact me.
I understand why transportation is a big deal and why athletics fees are quite a bit higher. But I don't understand, like, these different pathways that you mentioned, graduation, and how if we want to provide more of those paths,
Yes.
we may want to consider funding from a board perspective some of those class fees, right?
Right.
Are those class fees even close to what they're paying for athletics? I mean, are they $20, $50 lab or material or clay or whatever it is? I mean, are they so high that they're restricting people from not being able to take those classes?
I don't think so. It all depends on people's individual circumstances, but it's not exorbitant. It's $20 fee, $15 fee. I'd have to look that up, but it's the total cost is close to $700,000. Eliminate the entry-level class fees entirely. That's what it would cost to offset that for schools. So it's $700,000 to say, if you want to take woods or art or ceramics, I wanted to say sculpture, ceramics is the term. For $700,000, we give that full range, and classes are able to create the labs and buy the materials that they need. But if we give one narrow path and say, we are complying with the law, but you have to take this drawing class, and this is the class you take next, and that's the class you take next. If we restrict their electives, we can narrow that and create one free path through, and then continue to charge for the other classes. To get to your question, if we continue to charge for those other classes, it's not a large amount of money. It's not similar to athletics. I think it's up to $20 for level 1 classes. I'll take a look at that and see how much that is.
So when you say level 1 classes, you're saying if I take ceramics 1, then that would be covered. And if I took ceramics 2, then I might have a fee associated. Is that?
It doesn't eliminate all of the class fees, but kids have to take that level 1 course to get their fine arts credit, or so the graduation credits don't require that second level course. It requires the lower level course. So
I understanding what that means by level 1, and like, is that
yeah,
just the base level? So ceramics
right.
1, free. Ceramics 2, maybe have a fee.
that's right.
Okay.
Because you don't need ceramics to graduate. Exactly.
Okay.
So the maximum fee on an entry-level course is $20. So it's $700,000 to say, we're still going to we will provide the money for you that you would have received if we were still charging fees. And now students have the full range of options and can still graduate without having to pay. That doesn't mean none of the classes charge. The advanced classes would still be charging, but an advanced class isn't required for graduation.
Makes sense.
Thank you for
For
that
clarifying.
question. That helps me kind of.
I just want to make sure I understood what we were talking
Yeah.
about.
Can I ask a clarifying question as well?
Sure.
So under the law, are we obligated to have all these entry-level classes not charge a fee, or just one of them that's available?
One of them.
You have to have a path to graduation.
So our current version is for $700,000, we give the full range of entry-level courses without a fee. Instead, you can say, here's your narrow pathway to graduation. These are the exact classes you take, and now you can do it fee-free. And we technically just have to have a path that doesn't require any fees.
Or choices
And graduate.
necessarily?
Right. So that's one of the issues the board will have to decide.
Can I raise another issue that
Please.
the board consistently has a problem with every year? I've watched it every senior year we do fees, and that is, when are we one and when are we many? When are we one nation and when are we 50 states? Because I've watched this board at some point say, I have concern that they're charging more than they're charging for the same program. So one issue we always have to wrestle with is, do you want to force every drill team to have the same package? Or are you going to allow this drill team, which imposed upon it themselves, to have an extra expense? Every year, we see anomalies and discrepancies in what each different programs charge. And one of the issues we have to settle is, are you okay that that high school charges more than that high school for the same program because they want a bell and whistle and this program doesn't?
Are those concerns ever across boys and girls teams differences, or is it historically just one high school to the next? Like, why does
It's usually
boys
just program to
basketball
program.
charge more than? Or
I've
less
heard
than?
that.
So what I think it might be helpful as you're raising these questions, these big high concept questions, I'll jot them on the whiteboard so we can keep kind of a list so that we can then circle back and give direction.
And
So I'll go add that.
as far as I'm going back to the narrow path and the wide path. I like the approach of having a narrow path because I feel like it is a similar principle to not having taxpayers pay for the transportation to competitions for athletics. I think we will have a way that is fee-free for students to graduate, and then also if people want to, I think it will allow us to fund other things.
Well, that's why we put the question out there, because, and I'm oversimplifying it, because I'm not looking at the number of fine arts credits that you need. It's not just one fine arts class, it's 1.5 credits. But essentially, it would cost $700,000, by some estimates $800,000, to provide a wide range of fee-free options. Because you can't just say, oh, you declared fee-free, so we're not going to charge you, but we're going to charge you. But we could choose the least expensive courses that tend not to charge fees, or charge low fees, and say, this is the one where we don't charge fees. We would still need to backfill that. We don't know the number for that, but it would be less to say, here's the one path we'll pay for, as opposed to all of the paths, that every path is free instead of just one path is free. Does that make sense? And
How could you
lots
possibly
of kids
choose that for a student? Like, oh, sorry, you have to like drawing because that's the free class.
It's inexpensive enough that many, I don't want to be insensitive to people's individual circumstances, but it's relatively inexpensive compared with sports. But I think it's inexpensive enough that many families will still choose some courses that don't have a fee and others that do.
And
Yeah.
I feel
Yeah.
like we're already telling students a lot of things that we're not letting them choose whether or not to get language arts credits each year before or ELA, I guess, English language arts credits each year in order to graduate. So I don't think it's horrible to say this is the pathway to graduation if you do not want to pay any fees, and it includes drawing and biology and chemistry, or something like, just for example. I think the fees associated with the other classes, if it's important enough for a student, if they hate drawing so much that they couldn't bear it, they might be able to fundraise for the fees to do a different fine arts class, I think.
Here's the actual language. Beginning for the 2026-27 school year, each LEA that awards credit toward graduation shall ensure that each school has at least one option for each graduation requirement that fulfills the graduation requirement and does not require the payment or waiver of any fee. So the fine arts requirement, these are the classes you can take without a fee to fulfill that requirement. Right now we're saying, here's this range of classes. But if you want to say, here are the 3 classes that will get you that 1.5 credit, then we can narrow down the courses that don't require a fee. So then the PE credit, here are this is the path without a fee for each of the requirements.
And I have a question for Mr. Larson. I don't know if you've thought about this, but would the savings be significant for going to a narrow path versus a very wide path, as far as covering the fees for all the classes versus covering the fees for one pathway to graduation? Or do you understand what I'm asking?
Yeah, I think you're saying if we did where we cover all the beginning classes versus only these classes are covered, what's the cost difference on those?
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you, but I would imagine it would be fairly large. Between
that's why we're talking about this preemptively, so that we can bring you the information that you want. We already have calculated the wide range of choices. If you are interested in that narrow choice, then we can put something together.
I haven't calculated the narrow truck.
Okay, because I was just thinking, if it's not a significant difference, then I don't see a huge benefit in only offering a narrow choice. But in my own imagination, it seems like it would be a significant savings.
Yeah, everybody, if you want the free path, you have to take choir, drawing, and
Yeah.
The way that I'm thinking about this is this could be fluid. We could make a decision and change it the following year or the following year, depending on how this works and the feedback that we get.
Yeah.
With that in mind, experience has taught me that it is easier to start narrower and make it wider than start wide and bring it narrower. So I would be interested in knowing both the narrow and a wide path.
I can see lots of views here, and I understand where everyone's coming from, and I appreciate this conversation. But I'm sitting here looking at our pillars on the wall over there, and I want to ensure that we are giving opportunities for all our learners, making sure that they have a culture of belonging, that they get to try different kinds of classes. And so I would need to see a narrow path, what that would look like. But I feel that these classes are different than the sports, in that the constituents I have talked to, I feel like there's very much a culture of academics in this district and that people value that. And so I see this as paying into the academics of our students and making them well-rounded and giving them opportunities. So I am leaning towards the broader path, but I see the benefit of starting narrow and going broader, and that we can be fluid with this. But I would like to see options of
Okay. I'll bring you an exact number. 700,000 is an estimate, so I'll bring you the exact number that it's all an estimate because it's based on who takes what class, and it's an estimate is of an actual number. It's all a projection, of what that number might be. But we'll bring the narrow path, and if it's okay, we will just choose the courses that are. We'll just choose it based on going to the other extreme. The one extreme is paying for courses so that every entry-level course does not have a fee, and the alternative will be is to say pick all of the least expensive courses, so the ones the board is paying for are the ones that will cost you the least. And then we'll have both extremes, and then you can decide where to go from there. And then that gives you can decide where you want to fall in between those extremes. Does that?
Well, and I was just, I just wanted to bring up too, and I could be mistaken, but just seeing the classes that my kids have taken in secondary school, a lot of classes that they have been able to choose, like a language class, does not have a fee associated with it. Different history classes or do not have fees associated with them. So I think even with creating a narrow path, there are still classes that don't require a fee. We're not going to start, I'm assuming we're not going to start charging fees for like Spanish 2 or something. Am I right, or is that correct?
No say. I am oversimplifying this. Even choosing one path will be complex because of prerequisites and how schedules work and what year you can take certain courses. So for those listening, I recognize that we're oversimplifying this. So we'll bring back information about that. We're not looking to charge fees where we haven't previously.
And that's the point that I was thinking about. So even within that realm, there are still choices.
Right. That's what I was referring to previously, is that we've been intentional over the years. Why is this fee being charged? And is the money collected being used mostly in that year to cover those needs? Have we right-sized the fees based on what the needs are? Have we matched the fees to the needs? And I think our teachers and coaches and administrators at the secondary level have done a really good job of addressing that over the years. But we're not going to charge fees that aren't necessary. We're going to be very thoughtful about that. And it will be complex to come up with this singular path, but we'll come up with the least expensive singular path, compare it to the full range of choices, and then we can talk about where the board wants to land. I think it will be easier to conceptualize that when you have the numbers and the courses in front of you. But we wanted to talk about priorities and questions in advance of that.
Well, and I just want to add the backdrop of history, which is students historically have paid the fees, and now they won't have to pay the fees. So we're not talking about coming up with something that's punitive. It's really just how generous is the board going to be per this bill that was passed? Will we follow it strictly, or will we broaden it?
It is punitive. You either have the student pay or the public pays. Someone pays the fee
But punitive implies punishment, right?
or a fee.
What I'm suggesting is,
I thought,
if we decide to have 3 art classes with no fee, and last year all 3 had fees, it's not punitive to just give them 2 without fees when they've been paying for 3. That's what I mean by that.
Yeah, but
That
that one
makes
that
sense.
they don't pay,
We pay.
Then I have
the
to
public
pay.
pays.
What you're
Yes.
So
School
either
fees
grandma
are a
pays or
tax.
the student pays.
Yes.
So
I
which
don't want to,
one-
let me be
Which one
clear
do you want
that
grandma to pay for?
I'm not being punitive to students. That's not my perspective.
No matter
Yeah.
how many courses we ask them to pay for, they'll be paying for fewer than they were the year before.
Yes.
School fees are a tax. We just question is who's going to pay it. And I don't get a lot of calls about the $5 art fee. You know, and most people will say, "Oh, okay, no problem." Where I'm getting the calls is and I voted against school fees last time, is the huge fees like $100 Spanx and $125 cleats. And unfortunately, some programs break it out like that and some programs don't. So there's a lot in there that probably aren't breaking out. So my biggest concern, though, is I get a ton of parents that call and say, I can't bring it up with the coach. My kid will get benched. There's no way for our parents to say that coach is charging too much. And a lot of this is driven by coaches, not by kids. And I believe, and I'm going to keep voting against it until there's a way that a parent can anonymously complain about a fee. We have the SOS for the superintendent, where anonymously somebody can say something, and that's going to hold down some of these fees. And I would like us to break transportation out of ours, still charge it, but could we see it out? Because because what's happening is other districts are added in, and then we compare and all that, and ours are higher because they're paying transportation and we're not. So I would love to see that broken out as a line item. I don't know if that's complex or not.
It is complex. I will say that it is. But
Because
that doesn't mean
it's
we can't do
hard.
it if the board doesn't ask us to, but then
It's hard to figure out, like,
it's also difficult in February to know what in the spring of 2027 you will have to pay for regions that may, or 2028, or, regions that haven't been formed yet. You don't know what those alignments are going to be. You don't know which invitationals you'll go to, how many participants you'll have, where.
I might even be okay if we can explain on that front page that we created that our fees, our transportation is included where other districts are not, and how you say that kindly. But if I can point them to something like that, I just barely found that out last year. And I kept wondering why our fees are a little bit higher. And I don't know. So maybe not break it down, but maybe be a little bit more transparent about it. I don't know. But my biggest concern is, and I complain about the high price items, but I think there's probably a lot of high price items they're not breaking out.
So let me ask, do you feel like that concern is part of what Bryce was saying when he said, is it okay for schools to charge fees different from each other for the same program? Or do you want that specific? Is that?
I mean,
I just want to make sure I'm hitting what your
Bryce's
real
question
concern is.
was brilliant, because I don't know what's the answer. We compare and we say, why is it cheaper over there? But a parent doesn't have the ability to say, hey, Bingham's charging this, Mountain Ridge is charging this, and why. But if a parent could say that, I get a lot of calls that way, but it's hard. I get a lot of calls that way, but it's hard for a parent to bring up to a coach or administration, I think you're charging too much, because they know that they believe, and maybe it's not true, but, well, it's true because it happened to me. Your kid's not going to make the team because you complained.
So I do think if we were to say, okay, no basketball teams get to buy team shoes, that's it. We're going to treat them all the same. I suspect I will get an equal number of calls saying, oh, we look so shoddy on the court, and now when we go to competition, it's embarrassing because la 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 la. So I do want to be, I want to make sure that we're making good decisions and giving parents an outlet. I also want to say, if parents are comfortable with that, if they want their kid to have matching Nikes with the team and that's their choice, okay.
I get a lot of parents that say, I can't say because my...
Yeah. And so that's where, can parents raise concerns without damaging relationships? I did add that as an item because maybe that looks like we have an anonymous email line or something where we provide an avenue where they can say, man, that school is charging too much for basketball or whatever sport drill. If I can add one, sometimes I hear from constituents who say, I pay my fees up front, and then throughout the course of the season, it's like, oh, we need another 100 for this costume or this, whatever, this add-on. So is a fee, like once we choose our fee threshold, I would like to be able to say to my constituents, sorry, they can't keep charging more. I understand that travel might be an outlier in that request, but that is a question that I would like our procedure to answer the question once and for all. Can we continue to charge fees after we've already assessed a fee?
My understanding was they cannot charge fees beyond what we have approved.
They are.
And yet I get calls and I get screenshots of letters requesting extra money every single year.
I think they should amend it. So like if they're going to charge more, then they should amend it. We can do it on a consent agenda. We don't have to take time to discuss it. We can look at it. But if you're going to charge more than what we said you could charge, they need to amend their policy, their budget, in my opinion. Sorry, Dr. Godfrey, I think I cut you off.
No, it's good. I'm just going to come back to the fees. If you ever receive information that a parent is being asked to pay money beyond the fee that was posted on the website? If you have a screenshot of that, if you hear about that, please share that with us and we will address that, because a coach cannot charge above the fees that are approved by the board.
What if
Now-
it's the team mom? Can they charge?
No.
Well, I don't think anyone is formally answerable to a teen mom. The coach isn't the teen mom. You guys don't approve a teen mom thing, but you and I have talked about, okay, everybody, sign up for when you're going to provide lunch for 30 people or dinner or breakfast at, and we're going to rotate and go around. I'm not sure how we regulate that. But if a coach is asking for money beyond the fee, then, this gets into what you said. If we try to say you cannot do meals at the homes of the parents of players, then you might be talking about baseball parents who've been traveling together for every fall break and spring break for the last 10 years. And we're telling, do you know what I'm getting? So what you're describing is getting into squishy territory. It's like they should not be charging beyond the approved fee.
So like if
But
you're going to perform in a halftime show and you want to all wear matching costumes and the team, those are the kind of situations where I hear people saying, well, it happens all of the time.
And that goes to what you were saying earlier about parents sometimes being the driving force behind wanting the matching stuff. I've had many conversations over the years. We don't have matching bags, and then we show up and the other team has all the matching bags, and they're the mojo is there, the team spirit is there, and it's embarrassing that we don't have that same stuff. We can control what's through the official channel. I'm not sure how to address the informal parents getting together and saying, hey, we're all going to buy these pajamas, or we're all going to do this costume, or everyone provide a meal, and on Saturdays we're going to have breakfast at different homes. I'm not sure how we control
Performing in the
that.
costume, that's a team decision that a coach should, in my opinion, the coach is managing what the kids are wearing on the field.
So is your concern that team moms may be acting as a surrogate for the coach to get past the prohibition of asking for more?
And maybe I shouldn't have brought up team moms. Yes, I do think that's a concern. No, I don't think that we can control that. But I do think that many constituents have raised this issue to me, that they're being asked repeatedly throughout a season to pay more.
That's why I think having an anonymous way to say something, and maybe having a way that they can amend their budget, because we approved $700, they want to go to $850, we'll just send us in an adjustment, I'm okay with that. Like, I don't want to over control, but I do want to govern. We've come a long ways in 10 years. Like, we've done a lot on school fees, so I don't want to over regulate it, but we are the governing force to it. We're one of the ways that we manage it, I think. But anyways,
I think anything related to a performance ought to be coming through the coach, and it ought to be covered by fees. I think overnight travel needs to be clear that overnight travel is separate. And in our policy, it's clear that you cannot be penalized for not participating in overnight travel. Your status on the team, so it can't be, well, you're out of this routine because you're not going on this overnight trip, or you're benched because you weren't on this overnight trip. There cannot be a negative consequence for not participating. And I think making it clear up front that these fees include the cost of transportation is important. I'm interested in continuing to talk about these informal expectations from other parents. I'm aware of the breakfasts and things that happen. I want to clarify, I'm not vilifying team moms or parent involvement. If you have not seen parents feed an entire marching band in St. George at the state competition, you owe it to yourself. I mean, this is a gloved operation where kids are moving through. They could feed an army. And they offered me lunch, and the lunch was delicious, but seeing the operation at work was even more memorable. So parents supporting our programs is really an essential component of our success, just like it is with our education during the day. But I agree that we need to make it clear what the expectations will be up front. If we sign you up for this, we know what the obligation is for the year. There's a trip. If we qualify for another trip, it might be this much. This is the total amount that we could expect to potentially pay in travel. The fees are listed online. We know what those are. And maybe it's that, maybe we encourage even the parent side of things to a greater level of transparency, even though we don't have as much control. And I think the question you brought up is something we can train our administrators and athletic administrators and coaches on, is anything related to the competition or practice itself needs to come through the coach. There are other things that parents choose to do on the side that needs to be truly optional, not tied to essential functions of the team. So I think that's a point we can make in terms of regulating parents. Parents, like you said, oftentimes are looking for an experience for their child that matches what they're going to see when they are competing. And that's why you hear about facilities, is because we go to other facilities and we're competing around the valley. So I think transparency and predictability are the key components that I took from this last part of the discussion. Is it needs to be predictable what you can expect to pay, and you shouldn't be nickel and dimed by anyone throughout the season. And I can agree with that, certainly.
I think the most memorable stories and movies, they're always about the team that won that were at a disadvantage in some way.
Yeah.
I can understand why a team wants to have all the best equipment and all the best costumes and matching, but the best stories are the ones where the underdog, the person who didn't have all the money or the best equipment or the matching costumes, those are the stories where heroes are born. Those are the stories that make it onto the big screen, you know. So there is something to be said for fighting the fight, whatever it might be, and not having all the advantages that everyone else has. And I'm not advocating that we don't do something about it, but
Sure.
but there's still some value in it, you know.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Just on and we'll talk more about it, but I do understand the hesitation to bring things forward. People are worried about playing time. I'm also concerned about creating a back channel as opposed to encouraging folks to work through so that the feedback goes to the people who are directly involved. I'm a little uneasy about reinforcing not communicating with the coach, or even at least the athletic director or the administration at the school level, and taking it out of the school, because it varies so much from school to school. At the same time, I acknowledge that there's a high level of discomfort where there's so much subjectivity to who gets playing time, who makes the team, all of that.
And along those lines, this is somewhat related to fees. How can we support coaches in all of these things, because they are in the middle between parents who want more, parents who want less, an administrator, a board, all while out of a lot of goodness in their heart, they're making sacrifices to support these young athletes. So I don't want to lose sight of that piece.
Yeah.
And while I do want parents to have an avenue to communicate, it may make it harder on coaches as well. And how do we keep them in mind as we look at this? Transparency and communication to parents is also on my mind. It may be in place, but I would like to understand, what do parents see about the fees? Are they seeing exactly what I see? Do they get more detail? Is there some type of an accounting that parents have access to? But I've been wondering, like, what is it that I'm trying to accomplish, and what is what are my values here in this? And I went to policy AA 408, and these words stuck out to me under section 3F and 3G. Preserve equal opportunity for all students and things that are required for participation. So really what I'd like to communicate to those who are determining fees is that while you have a commitment to excellence, and so do we, have sensitivity in your thoughtful stewardship before you put that number down, with all the constraints of trying to predict a year out. That's the value that I'm trying to transmit.
A balance, not victory at all costs.
Correct.
Maybe there's one of those underdog movies we could have everybody watch. There are a lot of them. There are a lot of them.
And Brian can introduce it. Let's edit it. And
so I've been on the board 3 years. This will be my fourth time having the public hearing about fees. And correct me if I'm not remembering this correctly, but I do not remember more than 2 or 3 people ever coming to give public comment about fees. And I think I'm estimating high. Am I wrong? So, and
You're wrong.
by saying this, I feel like people might not be having a lot of heartache with fees, or else they might be, but just aren't having it at the same time that we're having the, I'm talking about parents, the people who are paying the fees, or they might just not be aware, or
I would add that, and maybe it's a matter of coming and publicly speaking and fear of repercussion, but I tend to see more one-on-one reach out, like people will call me with their concerns more than I see them coming and speaking at a board meeting.
We did have a big group like 2 years ago when,
Yeah, when we
our
first
fees were
implemented
way
it.
different than Canyon's, and we had, it was as big as I remember it.
I do remember
I do
that.
think last year there was not hardly very many, but I received a ton of calls last year. And so I think that you're right, that people, again, I think people, I know it's not great, Wade, but people feel they can't voice it. So let's have a way they can do it anonymously. And if it's one person on a team, then we have no concern, right? And I don't personally have a concern one way or another. I just want to make sure their voice is heard. But if administration sees like 10 people or 20 people on a program are complaining about a fee or something like that, then you can address it. I don't even need to see how many calls you get or what the calls are about. I really don't. I just want to be able to say to a patron, there is a way for you to have a voice, and then you don't have to put your name to it. And you all know you're getting complaints about coaches all the time because it's just crazy. I wouldn't want to be in that spot. But
are you talking about other board members or administration receiving complaints?
talking about administration, we get them, and they would.
Okay.
I don't
'Cause
think
I haven't
Every
personally,
complaint
so.
needs to come to us, but what I would like to do is say to a parent, "Oh, if you have a concern about a coach, here is an avenue." And then you all use it as information, but not every complaint is valid, and I don't have enough information to say whether or not it's valid or not.
Just a couple of thoughts. I don't want to overstate negativity around coaches. There are certainly certain coaches that receive negative feedback, but I don't want to paint this picture where in general, coaches are viewed negatively. I don't think that's the case. That's not been my experience. The other is just that I acknowledge, again, the concern about being able to be anonymous if you are a parent of an athlete because of the subjectivity involved. There are a number of people they can talk to without talking to the coach at the school level. It's more easily solved closer to the issue than farther away, but it's also harder to address issues that are brought up anonymously than it is if they're not. So there's a trade-off. There's a loss of information when it's anonymous. And I'm always wanting to address and solve an issue and address a concern, and I feel less equipped to do that with anonymous concerns than with those that are attached to a school or a program. But at the same time, I acknowledge there is a broad culture in education in Utah, in athletics, of not wanting to rock the boat, and I acknowledge that as well. So we want good information to make good decisions.
Yeah, and I don't think you need to act on every one of them. I think they feel just as uneasy at talking to administration because they think it's going to get back. So I just want a way that they can voice it, and you don't even need to tell the coach. Oh, there's one person that complained about the fee or whatever, then it probably shouldn't be brought to the coach. But if there's a law, then maybe you should look at it again.
So, just for clarity's sake, I think I would maybe view these differently. If we're creating an anonymous avenue, is that specifically to express concerns about fees, or are you talking about something broader? Like,
I'm talking fees, but I'm wondering because sometimes they're upset at the fee because what they're really upset is their kid got benched.
And I'm nervous about
it could go to that,
a
but
narrative
again,
that might become negative. Coaches, like what Dr. Godfrey was talking about, I think maybe spans more than fees, and I want to be careful that we're not setting up like, oh, these coaches need it. We need a way to complain about them. I don't know that that's the topic, and so I just want to make sure that
I'm
on the
talking about
board,
fees.
We're talking about the same
I'm talking
thing,
about fees, but I think
Okay.
you're right that other complaints would come, but I think administration could just manage that. I don't think board members need to see it. Like I said, they get complaints all the time, and they don't deal with every single one of them. Like, especially if it's anonymous. If it's anonymous, what can you do? The best thing, we could maybe put a little thing. The best thing to do is talk to the coach. I mean, the better you can do it closer. I just know that there's a whole bunch of people that have contacted me that says, hey, and it was the biggest reason I voted against them last year.
All right. Have we hit what everybody was feeling like they wanted to clarify so that they can make a fee decision?
I do have a clarifying question. So do we need to hold 2 public hearings or
Yes.
1 public hearing?
We're required to hold 2 public hearings.
Okay. Is that USBE code, state code, something?
It's one hearing.
That's law.
Law? Okay. I had also gone to our fee policy, but there's nothing in it about holding hearings or the law associated with that. The only code I could come up with was for textbook fees, and that code link doesn't really work. So
Am I wrong about that? I understood that legally we had to hold 2 hearings.
I'm hearing whispering over here that it may be 1. I've heard various numbers associated with the cost of fees, the number of, or the date by which this has to be approved, the number of hearings. So we'll email that out to the board and give you a definitive answer to all of those questions. Can you tell me again about the link that is not working?
it's on policy 408, AA 408, and it's under 3E, and it says textbook fees are waived for all eligible students in accordance with blank of the Utah code. It's got that squiggly line, 53G-7-603. And I click on it, and it just kind of goes to proposed. It says, that there's proposed legislation. So maybe because it's still pending or something about
Okay.
the fees.
We'll make sure that we correct that link.
So let's just take another minute and talk about what are things that staff might be able to bring back for us, and what are things that we need to decide. I think the first one, is it okay to charge different fees for the same program based on the school requesting the fee? I think that's something we have to know before they make their presentation. It'll be really late in the game for us to say, scratch that, you all have to choose the same number. But are you comfortable with programs bringing their own fees?
Yes.
I am, yes. I don't want to restrict our schools. I understand that each school is different, so I want to give them that flexibility. So I'm okay with that.
Yes.
Perfect.
I'm okay with them bringing, but at the same time, I should have the ability to question it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's your role as a board member. That's why we have to approve them. So, of course, you can question. I think we've already answered that we would like to see what a narrow path to graduation without fees would look like, right? We have consensus there. Okay.
As long as I would like the narrowest path.
Okay. Yeah, we're going to bring the narrowest path we can come up with.
Perfect.
So you have the extremes.
Okay. So can parents raise concerns without damaging relationships? We've talked about an avenue where parents can express concern with fees that are proposed anonymously. I think if the majority of the board would like that, we could ask staff to propose a pathway for them to do that.
Can I ask, would it be helpful to get information from principals to see what they think about this? Routinely getting communications from parents and no retribution? Are they hearing nothing? Like, they might have a better sense than I could ever get of this.
I will say that I have received calls as a board member asking for anonymity.
I have as well, but I don't know what principals are getting.
Yeah.
Is the principal avenue working? Are they calling us and the principal? Because I can tell you I got a complaint and the principal was already aware. So how much are we redundant? And maybe it's already working.
The people I've talked to feel the principal's on the coach's side. And so, I think the anonymous can go in. I think even administration doesn't. It just goes back to the principal. And the principal has tons of information from people who will share and people who won't. And they can just say, is this something I should be concerned with?
You're thinking like an email, and then they just filter it out to the right
goes to the
principal.
The principal doesn't even need to say anything. But if the principal continues to see this, they have additional information. I mean, I would much rather them use their name. I'd much rather them go and talk to them. Even the coach, that's even a better way. They just don't feel like they can. And I personally, in my situation, I feel that my daughter was retributed, and because dad has an opinion, but.
So we have a majority who are interested in hearing a pathway that parents can provide anonymous feedback in addition to coming and speaking at a hearing.
Yes, but I would also like to add that the way I just remember in last March, Brad had, Mr. Sorensen had mentioned that they visit with principals monthly about fees or, bi-monthly. And so I would like to hear from the principals, how's it going? Do they get a lot of complaints? Do they not get complaints? I would like to hear the principal's view on that. Do we really need an avenue? If we provide an avenue, I would like it to be just at each high school, I feel like. So then we don't have to have this form that says, what high school are you at? And what sport does your kid play? And then we have to filter it out. I'd like there to be that anonymous avenue on each school website, maybe that would be more helpful in filtering. And if they want to keep it anonymous, we already know what school it's coming from. Does that make sense?
Yes. Can I make a proposal?
Yes,
and then
that's
please
just how I
tell
was
me whether
envisioning it.
this meets your request. And I worry that I may miss something that's been brought up, so tell me if I have. I am fueled by feedback. It's really important to me, and I actively seek it out because people don't always say, you know what, I think I'll talk with the superintendent and share directly what my feedback is. You know, I have to really cultivate that sometimes and make sure that I get as much good feedback as I can so I'm making better decisions. Principals get a lot of feedback. People have different levels of comfort. Some will go directly to a coach and say, I don't understand why you're charging this for that. And it depends on the coach, and it depends on the parent, and it depends on the child's status on the team and that sort of thing. There can be lots of factors that come into play. An athletic director will receive feedback because that's one step removed. Principals get feedback all the time. They get feedback that is anonymous, not anonymous. They have a real sense for how parents are feeling about things. So I do think principals do a good job of being a pathway for parents. A lot of parents never contact a board member, never contact the district. They're working at the school level. And principals have to sign off on the fees that have been proposed by their coaches. We don't get them directly from coaches. All of that comes from through principals, so that the proposed fees have been reviewed by principals who have this, who know their coaches, have worked with their athletic director, their assistant principal over athletics, and the parents. We also have administrative assistants in the offices who are specifically working with arts and specifically working with athletics. So they will hear things from parents as well. You've seen administrators at events all the time. I love being at events because you've experienced this as well. You have conversations you'd never have, that people wouldn't seek you out for the conversation, but now that you're there, they're going to say, hey, by the way, can't we get a speaker out here for the whatever? And it's so there's a lot of feedback happening, and the fees that you will see when Brad and Cody come back, the principals have signed off on based on feedback they've received. We have 2 channels for feedback right now that are already on our websites, and that's the SOS site for me that goes directly to me. And for those listening, I read every one, and I'm the only one who sees them.
And is that accessible to anyone or just an employee?
Anybody. If you go on the superintendent spot or a page, then it gives you a link, and it can be anonymous or not anonymous, and I can interact with you either way. And I hear from both. I hear from parents. I hear from employees. Students just email me directly and say, why don't you unblock this game that I want to play? And we should have 2 weeks off for the Olympics and
Start school later.
start school later, right?
Why wasn't that on the calendar the 2 weeks?
Sometimes they just share their class project randomly with me, and it's pretty cool. So I think we have some other pathways, and I like the idea of saying the best way to provide feedback is at the school level. If you'd like to provide anonymous feedback, here are 2 pathways for you to do that. Or we can just provide the SOS pathway. We encourage you to provide as much information as you can so we can follow up, provide your school and team and that sort of thing.
Said anonymous, there's 2. SOS is one. What was the other? I missed.
Audit and fraud hotline with the state. But I don't want to report it as fraud, so maybe just the SOS line, because that starts a whole formal process.
I mean, if you want that, maybe that satisfies me. I have to give some thought of that, but I mean, I could say, yeah, contact. This is the next level. Like
The SOS line would.
So if parents get an official notice of here are the fees and that's included on there,
Does that address what you're looking for?
I would be satisfied if that was even not on the letter, but on the website. Like if
Okay.
it was on the fee page.
Okay.
If you have concerns that you don't feel comfortable sharing, please contact. That would satisfy me. I think the more you advertise it, maybe the worse it becomes. All of a sudden, so lots of people don't even read the whole website, but it's a place I can say, hey, it's right there. You can contact them. But
Tell me how the rest of the board feels about this, but I like the idea of on the website, not in the communication that goes out, and an encouragement to address it at the local level. But here's another option for you. And then we're not opening a formal channel at the state where technically you can report to the state fraud hotline, to the district fraud hotline, or to the SOS. The SOS is the best way because I can forward a link, I can copy and paste, and I can
I always
push
call
those
it the
forward.
latter, but maybe you can phrase that in one letter and one sentence. Your concerns about fee should first go to the teacher, the coach, and if you have additional concerns, then an athletic director or principal. But if you have further concerns, something like that. I mean, it's a long sentence, but if I had that, then I could point people to it and say, here's one more avenue.
How
And
does that?
that would satisfy me.
Probably goes without saying, but we would also reference opportunities for public input in
Yeah.
our meetings there.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a great point.
We might hold these meetings.
Is anyone not satisfied with that?
I like that.
Great. Okay. I think we have already answered that teams cannot make additional charges outside the voted fee.
Unless the fees are.
So then the next question, can a fee be amended after we've approved it as a board? First of all, legally can it? Because I know we have our timeline. It can be.
But you have to go through the full process.
We have to have hearings
Wh-
again.
You have to
which
do
is-
the hearings and
And so you have to have 2 public meetings, and any of our public meetings have a comment period associated with it. So
Are they hearings or just a public
I think it's one.
comment? Okay, thank
It's a
you.
hearing, and
I'm hearing public comment is enough, not a hearing.
there are conflict. Let me just say this: the state
You
has
already told us we need to clear.
the state made an exception last year, and so there are conflicting documents online, and so we need. So it's not an internal issue; it's an external issue of having conflicting information still posted. So I'll send it to you, but here's a summary that I think is close enough. April 1st is the deadline, and if it's not, we should probably still stick to that so that people know what to sign up and whether to sign up, and they can plan. If we happen to have more time, then we can make a decision based on that. So let's assume April 1st, 2 public meetings. Whether it's a formal hearing or public comment, we can structure that and we'll make sure the agenda reflects that, but there need to be 2 public meetings. And it has to be a public vote of the board, and we'll send it out the way we've sent it out. We'll give notification of the meetings, the SOS line, communicating directly with your school, reach out to individual board members. We'll give a whole range of means for providing feedback. Does that address what you're looking for as board members?
Well, I guess if we're talking about can a fee be amended after approval, that's a lot to go through for an amendment.
We do not recommend, but it is possible. Is that a fair?
If we've missed the mark, it's like, oh no, we forgot about Spanx. We need to include those.
H.
Use last year's.
Yeah, they were
I-
all supposed to
From a
spend it
friend.
that year on those students.
That'd be matching.
Okay.
Yeah, never mind.
I'm going to skip the next one because I'm not sure about how do we protect coaches who are often in the middle. I think it's an important question.
I'm
not
satisfied-
sure
I'm
that I need
satisfied
it
with
in
that
order
with
to
this.
approve fees.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
That could
good.
have taken off my
Yay.
concern.
Okay, then how can parents see the way their fees are being used? And I think what you're saying is real time, right? Like not just at the beginning, like, oh, this much goes to costumes and this much goes to, I don't know, equipment. But you're saying like, is there a way for a parent to check in and see, okay, have we already spent all of our costume money for the year?
Can they see the budget?
Or even end of year. Now, I understand that parents can go to this high school and ask for an accounting at any time, but
Do they know that?
I don't know that they know that, and I don't know that it's asked enough that it.
There are
that's a good
spend
point.
plans that we keep on file. We could include that as, if you have the right to request information from the school. I don't know.
But so a spend plan says how I intend to use money. Is there a way or a document later that aligns reality with the original spend plan?
Yeah, they can request that too.
Okay.
Do they know they can request?
Is it enough to let them know that they can make that request, or do you want it just to be standard practice at the end of the season?
It is not uncommon for a principal to sit down with a parent who says, where did all those fees go? Because they pay hundreds of dollars and don't feel like they're getting the value. And so then they come to the principal and say, I want to see the softball account. Softball just came to mind because I was talking about softball the other day. And so then you go over the account with the parent and say, well, this is what they spent, and this is what they spent, and these were the buses. And so
Can we put a line on that same webpage that says if you have concerns with the budget, you can request it, or some wording? I think that'd be okay, spending. That would satisfy me.
Yeah, as long as it's posted somewhere, I'd like it nice and big and bold, along with also how if you have concerns,
It's nice for board members to be able to
something to
say,
point to.
welcome to go ask for this document. It exists. Okay. And then I feel like we've also talked a little bit about a report on what principals are hearing through these meetings, but Brad's already going to be, Mr. Sorensen will already be presenting to us next time. So
Have a
he can
sense
feel
for that.
free to
Yeah.
include that. So my last question for the board is, are you comfortable with this timeline? I understand that this was kind of my request that we start the conversation in this way, and then that made our timeline tight. If you are uncomfortable voting the same night that you receive feedback, it would be important for us to know that so that we can create an additional opportunity for feedback on another night, and then voting could happen in the same timeline, but you don't have to do it the same night.
So I'm growing more and more concerned with voting on the same night. It just sends a picture. I went to the Truth in Taxation workshop at the conference, and it makes a perception that our mind's already made up. At the same time, like if we have as many people as last year, it's probably appropriate, but I don't know.
So do you want to see how many people come to the first public comment and then decide if you'd like an additional meeting at that point?
I'd rather vote on a different day, but I'd be okay with having a motion to vote in the next meeting, but
I don't know if it
It's-
could be a motion to vote in the next meeting because we would have that timeline issue of April 1st. I do think we could create an additional meeting if you would like. So we would all come together and give opportunity for public comment.
in our next
On
meeting, we
an
got the
additional
fees in the study session and had a hearing. That wouldn't be enough time.
You could allow for comments on the first meeting, but that means they're commenting in the moment that they're hearing about things. So either they comment on the day they hear about it, or you decide on the last day you're hearing comments. Or
Can't do both.
or we add another meeting in between in advance, or you decide based on the first feedback, whether you're going to need another meeting before the deciding meeting, the meeting when you decide.
Can we find out if the state's sticking to April 1st? I would have loved to have the fees tonight and have a hearing next time and a hearing in our study session and vote at the end of March.
And to be fair, that was the
That
way
was your plan.
that staff presented it. Executive committee talked, and
Wanted
we
this,
felt
which is
like
helpful.
this was something that was a request made. We said, before the next time, I need another opportunity to talk about fees. And so we added this. So if you need an extra meeting, we can do that. We can talk about it after next meeting.
I feel comfortable voting on the fee schedule after, at the same meeting where we hear the second round of public comments. So the timeline that you set forth, I am very comfortable with that.
Curious if at our next meeting will be presented the fee schedule, correct? Will it also be posted so people can go look at it at the same time? Okay.
Yeah, the website will be live.
Will it be live before we get it, or will it be live that night, or?
We'll make it live once you say, okay, we're okay to get feedback on these fees. Because the initial presentation, you might say, no, that's not what we want to do. We want to charge for the first level classes, and we want this narrow path. So you're going to tell us which version.
Okay, got it.
But you will have had the discussion in study session. So if somebody's concerned about fees, they'll be able to see, oh, that's on the agenda, and I'll have a chance to comment. So I'm going to watch that presentation. I'm going to come for that presentation.
Got it.
And I'll see on YouTube what they're doing, and then I'm going to comment. Does that make did I answer your question?
It does, yeah. I'm just thinking, I'm just thinking through it. It does make sense.
We could add public comment to a study session if you don't want to come an additional night or something like that.
Well, let's have I'm okay with commenting next time, get the fees and they can comment immediately and have that be one, and then because we're uneasy with understanding if there is one or two, right? Is the state kind of gone back and forth on that?
It's 2 public meetings, and we'll get clarity about the format. But in both of those public meetings, comments will be available. So whether it's a hearing or public comment. But we've just been talking about how people like to do it by other means, and they can. It doesn't mean that they can't have input. Perhaps their most powerful input will be talking with you individually. So there will be lots of different ways for them to give input over a 6-week period, regardless of how we structure it. But we want to be sure that however we structure it, the board feels confident that you have the public input you need to make it a good decision.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is you're comfortable with the presentation on fees next week and making that public comment following the study session our first opportunity for feedback.
Yes.
And then we'll have another opportunity at the next business meeting and then a vote on the next. Everyone's okay with that?
Wait a minute.
I think we should have public comment.
So the next meeting is public, and then the following meeting would be study session, and then it has to be approved at the following meeting.
Right.
So you're saying
So
public hearing and vote on the same night.
I thought
Well-
we'd have it on the.
That's what Daryl's trying not to do.
Well, if we're talking about hearing,
So we have to do that at the study session in the 1st of March.
March 10th, we have public comment.
Haven't we
gonna
done
have
that
public,
before?
We're going to have public comment at all 3 meetings.
Just do
One
that.
or 2 of them will have to also be a hearing, where it's a formal hearing and you have to stay till everyone's had their chance and all of that, or I don't remember all the rules, but we will follow the hearing rules. And
That
the
could be
question
March
is
10th.
just, do you feel like that's enough, or do we need to add a meeting in there as well? We can.
I do not feel like we need to add a meeting.
Okay.
So hasn't haven't we voted on the same night as the public hearing for the past 3? It seems like that's how it's been done since I've been on the board, is we've had the public hearing for the fees and then voted as a board in the general business meeting on the fee schedule. Am I mistaken?
You're exactly right, but that's what is making the public sometimes upset, is we're voting on the same night we're here.
But so I just want to say I have not had anyone contact me, and if anyone has been upset in District 7 about us voting on the fee schedule on the same night as having our public hearing, I am very interested, because the 3 times that has happened that I've been on the board, I have not heard from one of my constituents. And so I am interested in if there is a huge, or I shouldn't say huge, if there is a significant number of stakeholders who are upset and feel like this is out of propriety, I guess, to have the hearing on the fee schedule, the public hearing, the same night that we vote on the fee schedule. I hope that they will light up my email and my phone.
So if we have an opportunity to hear public comment at the February 24th meeting, and again on the March 10th meeting, and then there is a vote on the 24th, that would be an extra opportunity to hear comment. And I don't know that you could prohibit people from speaking if they chose to on that night, because we have a public comment section.
That's the problem, is they'll come and speak one more time, but I'm
But if
okay
anyone
with that.
complained about it, you could say, oh, this is actually an extra comment opportunity.
Exactly.
Yes.
I'd be so good
I
with
would
that.
like, if we have to have a formal public hearing, I would like that to be on the 10th, right in the middle. So we can have comments on the 24th, and we can have comments the night we vote, so that people can still come and comment. But the official public hearing I would like to have on the 10th.
One hearing or 2?
So
We're not sure yet. They're going to clarify.
these 2 comments, let me speak to both of those. We're required to have 1 or 2 hearings, we'll have a hearing in the middle, for sure.
I would like to have a hearing in the middle for sure.
And whether it's a formal hearing on the night that you would be deciding, people will be able to comment, because that's the way we structure our meetings. So, to Ms. George's point, if we don't want to vote on the same night that there are comments, we would have to shut down comments. But if we've had, which we really can't do, but 3 meetings where they can comment, 6 weeks where they can respond anonymously, directly to you. So there will be multiple pathways, and you can always call another meeting if on that last night you say, we need a little time to process these comments we received. We're going to schedule a meeting, not even on a Tuesday night. In a couple of days, we'll have another meeting because someone brought something up that we hadn't thought of. I think it's a remote possibility that you'll hear a concept that you haven't heard previously, because we're going to advertise it so heavily, and we're going to give such good information and multiple paths to provide feedback. But again, I want the structure to feel good to you, and I know I'm giving you partial information. But if we're supposed to have 2 hearings, then we'll still have the 2 formal hearings, but we'll definitely have one in the middle. So it's before a decision. Wait, I'm gesturing to you guys. So it's after the discussion and before the decision, right there in the middle. We will absolutely have a formal public hearing in between those 2 meetings.
To just clarify, the way we structure our agenda, when there's something on the agenda, public are allowed to come and comment on those agenda items anyways, right?
Yeah.
So when we vote on something, they can comment no matter what.
So we have the general public comment section for
Right.
those listening.
Just for general.
But then we have it for specific issues as well, which I think is reflective of the board's sincere desire to act on public input right up to the last decision.
Lee, this has been a productive conversation. I appreciate everyone's feedback.
Thank you. This is just in keeping with the calendar policy, D207. We're in need of a new parent rep for the Harriman feeder system. We have parent reps from each of our 6 high school feeder systems. You'll find on board book the recommendation. This parent has been recommended, has been a PTA, active in the PTA, and has, I believe, currently has students at all 3 levels. So we're just seeking confirmation from the board on that.
I move that we approve this new parent representative from the Harriman feeder system.
I second.
Have a motion by Mr. Barnett, a second by Ms. Dean to approve the parent recommendation for an addition to our calendar committee. Any discussion?
I have some questions. So it mentions that like PTA and other groups recommend people. Who are the other groups?
It's typically school community council, PTA,
Principal.
the people affiliated with the groups. We talk with administrators to get names of people that are affiliated with those groups. So in this case, this person was has been working with the PTAs at different levels and was recommended by school administrators. We reached out to her, and she was.
If someone was not active in school community council or PTA, but they showed an interest in serving on a calendar committee, how could they potentially throw their hat in the ring?
Reach out to their board member.
Yeah, we've had parents reach out to board members. We've had parents inquire with the calendar committee about how they could be active, and they can provide feedback. Even if you're not a calendar committee member, you can certainly provide feedback. We do surveys, but if they are interested in the calendar committee, they can reach out to a board member, school administrator, calendar committee, and we can point them in the right direction.
The one in my area, Mountain Ridge, did that. He reached out to me, said he was great. He'd be interested. He was on community councils, but not PT.
The policy leaves it broad enough and gives examples, but other groups leaves it, pretty open as long as they're affiliated with schools and are familiar. We want people that are familiar with the system, that have had perhaps had students in there, but have a working understanding of how schools work and how the calendar impacts families and schools.
So I guess those are just kind of the requirements, right? You should probably have kids in the system and understand what's going on.
And I don't even know that there are requirements, you know what I mean?
That was gonna be my
those
question,
are,
but maybe
those
it's
are
just
things
kinda-
that are helpful, very helpful, and those are things that recommend people to participate.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I do really like the idea, just to tag on to what you're saying, of like maybe putting out a Facebook post or something that says, hey, we're looking for a new member of our calendar committee. I saw something like that and had the opportunity to serve on calendar committee, and it kind of started me on a trajectory to what I'm doing now. I do think what you're saying lands for me. Like, sometimes it's someone who would be willing, who doesn't know that the opportunities are there, or that a principal didn't think to suggest or whatever.
I think it would be great to use Parent Square and the feeder system when that feeder system is needing, send out to the parents or the people in
If you're
that,
interested,
in that
mention it to
feeder
your
system.
principal.
Because I feel like that would narrow it, whereas social media, it's not the targeted audience. But yeah, I think that's a great idea.
I don't know why social media wouldn't be a targeted audience, but I think it's more important that we let people know that they even have a representative. Because I think the majority of people don't even know there is a calendar person that represents you as a community.
Mm-hmm.
And if we could advertise that, then I think it would advertise. I've talked to them, we just need, I think the whole time I was on the calendar committee, I don't think I got one call. And so if we could advertise that they do have a representative, this is how you can contact them, and then I think, then people would naturally, say, hey, that's something I'd be interested in.
So Daryl, you haven't even contacted your calendar rep about eclipses?
I have.
Okay. So you do
Wasn't
yeah.
contacted.
Yeah.
I think that's called rage baiting.
Yeah, I did contact them about that, but
Good.
that's that's.
Do you mean I'm rage baiting? Or
To
ask
Bring up
him?
the eclipse.
Oh, to bring, okay.
yeah.
Let's put on notice
Sorry.
in 8 years from now
Not
that
trying to
this
take
meeting
us
should
there.
be suspended.
Uh,
Yeah, because I want to watch the Olympics.
I will point out. I'm just teasing. Just because he loves the eclipse. Which do you love more, the Olympics or the eclipse?
Oh, it will be the Olympics for sure.
Okay. All right. Your tie is an Olympics tie,
Yeah.
not an eclipse tie.
Yeah.
If you do, I will say that if you look at the calendar page, before you even get to the calendars,
It
there's
does
a
say it.
paragraph that says each feeder is represented. This is the process. Here's a link to the policy. So sometimes I wonder why we don't have the calendars first, but you've just validated that we do set a context for how it's created right on and I would guess that every single parent in this district has gone to that calendar page at least once to.
And every one of them skipped
I
them.
just
And
scroll
so
right on
that's
down to the
that
calendar.
to get to what they needed.
Hey, I can't make people read that part of the page, but we do put it out there.
I mean, I think even like we used to do the Friday Fun Fact, just do something like that. Say, did you know that you have a calendar representative? Or we have little blogs that we put on our website. I mean, people probably still won't see it, but it would be cool if one of them got a call. That's my goal, that one of them gets a call this year.
Well, we do send out the survey as well. So I think we do work hard to get the feedback, but I understand what you're saying. It's a lot to keep track of when you're also keeping track of school-age
once
kids.
they submit it to us, the feedback to the calendaring committee doesn't really help much because we're the ones that adjust it. So really, they need to know ahead of time.
So now my curiosity is piqued. Are the names of the committee members accessible to the public?
Yeah, if you look on the website, they are all on there. They're listed by name, and you can email any of the calendar committee members. Their email is linked there, and it will go directly to their personal email.
Or you know. Thank you.
The less you read.
Way ahead.
I'm
of us.
outing myself. Okay.
Did we need to vote on? Did we vote?
We need
on
a
that?
vote.
We
We have a
There was a
motion.
motion and, yeah.
Oh, this was all discussion. I'm glad you caught me up to where I'm at. I'm like, we did. Nope, I presented a vote. Okay, all those in favor of approving the new member of the calendar committee say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Okay, I am really making a concerted effort to get us a break at 6 o'clock. Just so there's a built-in time that you can plan on. So we have 5 minutes until that happens. Would you like to go on and then pause mid-discussion, or would you like to break early?
Break.
Yeah, these look like heavy discussion items on the agenda.
Okay.
But I think there are some logistical considerations. Yeah,
We could
be here
do
in the next
like board reports. Move 8.
Or we could
Go until
I
the
think we
food
can.
You want to just keep going and
Yeah.
then I'll just pause?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. All right. Then let's move on to a continued discussion on under-enrolled schools on the watch list. And we will turn it to Mr. Barnett.
Thank you. So, Facilities Committee is looking at under-enrollment issues across the district. We've started with the West Jordan High feeder system. Policy A13, which is entitled School Consolidation and Closure, mentions that the Facilities Committee is tasked with researching and creating recommendations for the board when the 5-year enrollment projection data indicates that a school will be at or below 50% of capacity. So there are 2 sets of maps on Board Book. One of them contains the current percentages And the other set of maps contains the forecasted percentages over the next 5 years. The forecasted percentages is what triggers A13, school consolidation and closures, and that's what the Facilities Committee has started to look into. So yeah, based on these 5-year projections, there are some schools in the West Jordan High feeder system and in some other feeders as well, where these 5-year projections indicate that at least one school will be at or below 50%, and the surrounding schools are at or below 65% capacity. In our last Facilities Committee meeting, we spent over an hour looking at the situation, and there were lots of ideas shared. We can do this, we can do this. Some of them were just very simple. Well, maybe simple is the wrong word, but they were less aggressive than other suggestions that were made. And I quickly realized that if we wanted, as a committee, to bring back to the board recommendations across the full spectrum of what our options are, first of all, it would take, I think, too much time. And second of all, I think some of it would be wasted time. And so what the Facilities Committee is looking for from the board is kind of what's the appetite of the board as it relates to addressing under-enrollment in currently in the West Jordan High School feeder system. 2 or 3 years ago, we did close an elementary school in West Jordan High School feeder.
It was more than 4 years ago, I think. It was before I was on the board.
But it wasn't because of under-enrollment.
Because they had no floor.
Yeah.
It was
a safety issue.
The decision not to rebuild was related to under-enrollment.
Okay. And if you've had a chance to look through some of the maps there, somewhere within the next 5 years, there will be several schools at or below 50% enrollment in that feeder. And so what the Facilities Committee is asking for is, does the board want facilities to aggressively address that issue, or just incrementally, one at a time kind of a thing? Or do we want to try to kind of solve the problem all at once? We'd prefer not to spend time looking at recommendations across the whole spectrum of options. I wanted to mention as well that sometimes people ask, why do we need to close schools at all? Why does it matter if a school is at or below 50%? I wanted to mention 3 reasons, and if there are others, it might be good to share those as well. But one of the reasons is from a financial standpoint. Mr. Larson shared with us in our last Facilities Committee meeting that it costs roughly just under $1.5 million a year to have an elementary school opened. Even if there's just one student attending, that's what the cost would be to the taxpayers. So there is a financial consideration. Another consideration is that curriculums offerings become limited. A school isn't able to offer some classes because there aren't enough students that are interested to warrant a full class. And the third one is class and teacher flexibility. So ideally an elementary school has 3 classes per grade to allow students and parents to find the best fit. Minimum viable situation, I believe, is 2 classes per grade. And when you get below 50% capacity, sometimes you're bumping up against that. So that would be the response if someone's asking, why do we even consider closing a school at all? And the last thing I wanted to mention is we don't, as a district and as staff, we don't automatically just jump right to let's close the school. There's a lot of considerations prior to that. The most common is just aggressive boundary changes. Aggressive boundary changes, of course, typically means that we're pocket busting students from a higher enrollment area to a lower enrollment area. But I just wanted, anyone who's listening to not just think that we're school closure happy, that there is a lot of thought that goes into this. So the question is, what is the appetite of the board for addressing this issue?
Can I ask a quick clarifying question before we get into that? So the documents on Board Book say current enrollment use capacity. Is that saying as the schools are being used today, this is the percent? So for example, if a school has decided to make one of their classrooms into a music room, then that would show their school as if it was fuller than if that was still a classroom. Is that right?
Yes, for the purposes of that map where it says current enrollment percentage of use capacity, the use capacity is outlined by how the school is using it for special programs, for a wellness room, computer lab, things like that, that it's used for something other than a traditional classroom. And that dictates use capacity. When it comes to
or it could be the opposite end. They have a bunch of portables, so now it looks like they have more space than they actually do.
If they're using those portables, use capacity is part of that.
I really struggle with that every time we talk about building use. I feel like I'm not comparing apples to apples because I can skew the numbers based on how I assign space at a given school. Does that make sense?
Yes, I would say that we're never trying to skew the numbers. Like, oh, let's make it look like we're using more than we are or less than we are. But it can be, you can end up with a picture that's difficult to compare from school to school because one school's using it this way, and I think this is always a point to start a conversation. And I was working with another board member on capacity of a school. So what we do is we have the administrator of schools walk through the school with the principal to say, okay, how's this being used? How's that being used? Because like a gas, schools will fill whatever space you give.
And they should.
And they should. They shouldn't be keeping those classrooms closed just in case. So I take your point. It's never to manipulate the numbers, but sometimes it can be difficult to compare because we don't know what does current use mean. So the percentage just means we need to drill down deeper. If a school, if we have questions about a school based on the percentage or just based on what we know about the school, then we may need to ask some other questions because use will vary. And it depends on who you talk to. Is a health and wellness room an expectation? Is a faculty room an expectation? Is that sort of thing. So
You just have to know the capacity document. These numbers do not stand alone. They are related to the capacity document. You do have to look up and say, is that percentage an accurate reflection? I'm going to go to the capacity doc. Oh, now I know. All the information is available in the capacity document.
So are you suggesting that the number to look at is the architectural plan?
No, I'm suggesting that this number, if it alerts you, you go to the capacity document to understand how crowded is this school.
How empty?
I don't want to change any of the numbers. I want to put the burden on the board member to say, that says 70%, but that school is more empty than that reflects.
I also think that each capacity tells a different story. When it comes to permits, state law requires us that any school that's over capacity, and by the way, they define that as architectural, like the building itself. Anything beyond that is over capacity. By definition, portables make it over capacity if we've got them on there. So we use capacity, we have architectural capacity. There are different ways and different means that we use capacities for.
So if I had an under-enrolled school, I would relish that I didn't have to hold specials on the stage, and I would put that in a classroom, and I think they should. But I also understand that now that school looks a little fuller on this document than it actually is, because not everybody has that luxury.
I think the difference is that might be one school in your area. In this area, we've had this problem for the 20 years I've followed the board thing. We just don't have the courage to close the school. Well, we were lucky in the last one that they would have closed anyways because
But
there's no way.
we chose not to build. I mean,
Well, we chose not to build, but the courage to close a school is pretty hard. And we've gone through all this work to identify, and every year we get the new report, and it's worse. And this has been ongoing. I mean, I've followed the board for more than 20 years, and we've tried to close the schools, and we've never had the courage to do it. Other districts are even worse than us. So the question really comes with, do we have the appetite to do what we should for taxpayers and actually close schools? And in this case, we do have one school that has a significant amount of work to do to make it safe.
And this is just a minor thing, but I feel like saying worse implies something is bad. I feel like it's just different choices rather than something good or bad. I think other school districts get to choose whether or not to close elementary schools, and if they keep under-enrolled schools open, that's not necessarily a worse or bad thing, but it's just a thing that they're doing. And I think that declining enrollment, it's not necessarily something, it's a different thing. Because anyway.
So I think it's something bad, because if it's costing $1.4 million to keep a school open and they only have 200 kids, and we even put a magnet program that could bring more people, and actually it's done the opposite, that more people are permitting out of the school than coming to the school. It's a great program, but why don't we have that program in a full school where more kids could have access to it, you know? But we're trying to avoid the problem. The problem is that the reality is we have a declining population in the whole district, and now this glaring problem that's been there for decades is just staring at us bad.
Do we have a school with only 200 students? I'd
Yeah.
like it. Oh, I must
And we're
be.
we're financing
No.
it at a higher
We don't.
We don't.
We do not.
to what? What's Majestic?
They're in the 300s.
Well, I know Granite just left one open with 200.
We provided
300 is pretty low for a school that could.
I hope that we can keep this discussion high level at this point and conceptual rather than talking about specifics, because if we're planning on taking a less aggressive approach, I would hate to alarm schools unnecessarily. So as we continue this conversation, if you'll keep that in mind where you can.
Well, and there's one area that's blaring big, but there's other areas that are popping up. So this is going to be a bigger and bigger issue if we're going to watch out for taxpayer money. I'm not saying, I mean, I looked at that area, we could close 4 elementaries maybe. It'd be pretty full. I'm not a fan of that. You know?
And one thing that I think is helpful in our consolidation policy is not just to look at one school, but look at surrounding schools. So the way our policy reads is 5-year enrollment projection data indicates the school will be at or below 50% of capacity and surrounding schools will be at or below 65% of capacity. Because I know we have like the random anomaly. Here we're looking at a picture that has both of those things. So a boundary adjustment probably wouldn't make a lot of sense in this scenario because they're also under-enrolled schools.
Can I go back to an earlier point that you made about capacity? There was a point where, when we did district-wide boundary changes, that there were 3 categories. Bryce or John, Daryl, someone who was around that time might remember the categories, but it was like extreme. That meant you were using the media center to meet in. You were meeting on the stage. So we defined what you're talking about. Extreme would be no health and wellness room. The rotations are on the stage, and then there was like ideal, no computer lab. You're rotating every 3 weeks. When we had year-round schools, instead of leaving empty, so there was never an empty classroom. So there were kind of 3 categories, and we talked about the specifics that you've brought up. All rotations happen in the classroom, so the music teacher comes into the classroom. There, I thought you might be able to pull it. What were the names of the categories?
Extended and extreme.
Extended and extreme. So extended was, so we had categories, and we could say the extended capacity is this. It's just how granular do you want to get? How technical do you want to get? Or do you want to just say, this is at 75%. What does that actually mean for this particular school? Now that we've focused on this particular school, what more can you tell me about it? But because we were doing district-wide boundary changes, constantly trying to compare, we needed these different categories of capacity to say, oh, that's the extended capacity or the extreme capacity. Thank you for pulling that up.
I think it's less of a concern when we have an under-enrolled school, but when we're making decisions to keep schools over capacity and we're saying they're only at 95% with 7 portables, but that's their current use, that's where I'm like, oh, that is not a fair picture of what we're talking about here. So anyways, I digress. I already made myself, I already said those things. So I would be uncomfortable taking an approach of let's close every school. I would prefer to be a little more conservative than that, just to start the discussion.
Our recommendation is not to close every school we do in the area.
I'm sorry.
So you're good.
Every school that could be proposed that have made it to the watch list. I should have explained that better. I think it's useful for us to look at the experience of other districts and the influence of the legislature at this point. I think Granite is a good example of a district who was doing what was fiscally responsible, and the legislature said, let's split them, so they backed off. I'm not really interested in opening our district up to that conversation right now.
The conversation of being split as a district, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, so I would prefer not to close all 4 at once.
I don't think that's what we're proposing. I think there's no doubt that a school needs to close. We can get away with closing 1. I think that 2 would be great. And I think as a committee, we said we could go up to 3. And we even proposed, well, why don't we close 3 and build a brand new elementary in that area? Some of these elementaries are in poor shape, especially one of them. And if they had a new school that they could go to, that solves another issue for us, because it's an area that will, if they don't have it now, they will have aging school problems.
Problem is, the spot that it makes the most sense to rebuild isn't right in the hub.
Well, then let's build in the hub. Like, let's build it where it's appropriate if we're gonna build one. Because what we have to do is look
Can
at
we
long-term
not get into the weeds here? All I'm looking for is
So-
a conservative approach, incremental. Yeah, I don't want to get into a discussion of, well, we can do this, or we can build here, or this school is
I think it's
struggling.
pertinent
I'd like to be as unaggressive as possible.
So similar to what Nikki was saying.
Well, I
Kind
just
of a-
want to leave it as unaggressive as possible. So I don't want to be aggressive at all.
My inclination is to avoid being severe as well. And while we look at balancing fiscal responsibility, I would point out we have a pioneer as our superintendent, and I would be interested in hearing if we wanted to not close schools, what kind of solutions, creativity, innovations, whatever ideas he might have as we weigh the path forward.
For like a future.
Do we need CTE space? Could we use it? Is there another program? Can't pretend to know, but he would know and might have some ideas. And I'd like to weigh that as we make decisions going forward.
My preference is the midpoint between the conservative and the aggressive.
I would agree.
That would be my preference. I want to avoid the two edges and find somewhere right in the middle of those two, and that would be my target. I would be a little bit more aggressive than conservative, and a little bit more conservative than aggressive.
But
That's
at
my
a point that this doesn't come up every year.
And if I could add in, the innovation could go both directions. If there's something innovative or exciting that could happen through consolidation, I would also like to consider that. And I'll throw out there that I'm not super interested in spending a lot of money on a school that needs updating for safety or even cosmetically if they're pretty under-enrolled.
Okay. Great. We've heard from all 4 non-facility committee members. If there's nothing else, this is perfect information for us to move forward. So, yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. One final question on this topic is, we're wondering what the board's position is on these maps that we have, sharing those in a public way. Is that something we are okay with or not?
As a board member representing an area in those maps, I do not want to cause undue concern among my constituents. And so while I want the public to be informed, I would like to hold off on releasing information that is not, I understand that it's just data about forecasts, but I don't want to,
Can I just
I don't want to imply
clarify that
anything.
we should refer to those drafts as drafts. They're drafts for a reason.
They are marked as drafts.
If that,
And why did you want to clarify that, Paul?
Because when they're drafts, we don't disseminate necessarily information when it's in draft form.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you.
so these drafts, yeah, I don't want to disseminate these drafts.
Would you be interested in taking them beyond the draft point and then disseminating
Not at
them?
this time.
No, okay.
I am. I want to be transparent. All that information's out there anyways. I can just make my own map if I need to. These schools are on our watch list. We release that. We release capacity levels. Why would we not be transparent with this?
I fully support Daryl producing his own maps with the information that he is able to find publicly. I feel like he can do that. as a school district, as a board, I do not want to move forward in releasing these drafts.
And your main concern is that it might cause unnecessary anxiety or stress?
Yes.
I'm curious with what Miss George said about the numbers and the percentages and the reflection, that there's a lot more to it than just the numbers sitting here. And so my concern about publishing them would be we don't have the entire narrative to make sense of those numbers, and may cause more questions than we're prepared to answer.
And thank you for saying that. Yeah. Undue speculation that could cause a lot of distress. Speculation that is not necessarily what's going to happen. The board has not made a decision. We don't even have concrete options presented to us right now. It's a draft, right? So, yeah.
I don't believe it's confidential in nature, and we've talked about it public meeting. These numbers are out there. I don't see any reason why we wouldn't be transparent.
That there is some legislation being discussed right now that would make it beneficial for us to be strategic about when we release information about potential closures.
We're not saying we're closing any of them.
I
We're saying
understand
we're
that,
studying
but
them, and here's the
releasing that
issue.
that where the areas are that we are considering closure
They know the area. We've already
is
talked
not
about today and other
in the
days
best
for 20
interest of this
years.
board.
Talked about the area for 20 years. They know the area we're talking about. We haven't made any decisions on which school. I wouldn't want to make a decision on which school, but people know the area.
I'm interested in what the other three board members think about making these drafts into a form that could be publicly released.
I have no problem making them available, but they do not make sense to the public. And so I don't want to make them available and then have to answer 1,000 questions about what they mean. So for me, it's not at all, I don't want to hide them. There's nothing on here that I don't think the public couldn't or shouldn't have. My problem is this information is very complicated. It's hard for board members to keep track of what these numbers mean. And my only worry is that releasing these particular documents, I have no problem with. I have no problem at all. But I think it's going to raise more questions than it's going to answer.
I'm on the same page as Bryce because I have a hard time understanding these maps.
And I think then they're going to be interpreted, and I don't know that they'll be interpreted in the same way that we intended.
I would want to provide this information to the public if I could be reasonably assured that 90% of the questions that we might get would be addressed in the documents. Yeah. And I think it kind of goes to what Bryce was saying. He doesn't want confusion there and a flurry of questions and unfounded speculation.
People
So
trying
if we
to
could,
transfer from schools that we're actually
Yeah.
not intending to close because they speculated that we were.
if we could make these documents understandable by the public, I'd be fine.
And I would just add that a lot of them are forecasts, right? We're predicting what numbers will be looking like, years into the future, and so forecasts change all the time. And so
But we have said I can make my own maps, right?
with public,
I have no problem with that.
Person said that.
Well, I said
And
I
she
don't
said
have a problem
using
with if you use
publicly
public
accessible
accessible information to make your own maps. I mean, because as a private citizen, you get to do whatever you want. I don't want to infringe on that. I mean, as long as you're not using documents that are drafts drafts, yeah.
We release drafts all the time, so I don't know. I can see the concern. I don't, trust me. And we have, what the question I think we all had is how aggressive we want to be. That's the bottom line. So, and I'm not even sure did we decide? Like, aggressive but not too aggressive?
Brian said he got all the information.
Yeah. We had 3 that were leaning toward the conservative side and 1 that was in the middle. So that's where we're going to frame our research.
All right, let's go ahead and take a break for 20 minutes. We'll come back at 6:50. Welcome back to the Jordan School District study session. Today is still Tuesday, February 10th, 2026. Thanks for hanging out with us for that brief break. We're going to jump right back in now with agenda item 1F, a legislative review. We'll turn it to Ms. Wood and Dr. Anderson.
Well, I'm going to return it to Dr. Anderson, but before I do that, just a reminder, I believe there are 3 of us, Ms. George, Ms. Barrow, and I will be going up to Capitol Hill tomorrow. And then the following Wednesday will be with our student body officers. So looking forward to all those events and those of you who can make it. But Dr. Anderson, I'll give the rest of the time to you.
Thank you. Today was day 22. Things are wrapped up there. So if this were a football game, the legislative session was a football game, we would just be on the cusp of halftime. There is no halftime entertainment in the legislature, unfortunately, but day 22 of 45. And there are, as of this morning, 869 bills introduced. And if we're halfway there, that is another record-breaking pace. This is a significant week because the appropriations subcommittees need to finish up this week with their recommendations, which go to the executive appropriations, who ultimately has the power and the say in how money is distributed. The appropriations committees all make their recommendations. Utah is unique in this sense. The only legislature in the nation where every legislator is a part of a committee or a subcommittee for appropriations of something. Every legislator is on an appropriations committee. Thus, everyone has at least a say or a stake in the process. So that's significant because today, for example, public education appropriations finalized their recommendations, and listen in on some of that. Mr. Larson was up there, and I just want to point out a couple of things that I think are significant. The JLC, the Joint Legislative Committee, comprised of USBA and USSA, gave some talking points to public ed appropriations based on input from board members and superintendents. One of the priorities stated in there was, to fund special education. That this is a mandate fulfillment, not just a line item; it's a requirement that we have to do. Another priority was the school fee replacement that was mentioned earlier in board meeting. The legislature had clawed back $17.5 million from the allocation of $35 million originally given in the school fee legislation, and it was recommended that money be restored. As Mr. Larson pointed out, it really hasn't left our coffers, but that was the intent, was to claw it back. And if you also remember, overshadowing all of these public education appropriations recommendations and priorities is the 5% budget cut exercise. I want to emphasize that it is a budget cut exercise. We don't know exactly how that's going to happen or where that will end up, but there are a couple of things that may raise some eyebrows and some concerns that were recommended from public ed appropes to executive appropriations. One of them is proposed as part of this 5% exercise that digital teaching and learning grant goes away. The second one that might raise some concerns is that the teacher work days, the professional days, the 32 hours as it's commonly referred to, it was proposed that be cut in half. Not cut entirely, but cut in half. Was that right? Was it half? 44%. So there was some talk about what to do with a flexible allocation. I want to give a shout out to Representative Miller, who made sure that it was not on the proposed cut list, and whereas before, it was unsure. So she did a good job of bringing that up, and I want to give a thanks to her for that. Flexible allocation is our most flexible budget item, as the name implies, and it's important to have that. I'm going to go through a couple of bills, if that's okay, and if there are any questions on any of them, please feel free to interject at any time. And if there are other bills that you'd like to bring up or talk about, happy to look at those as well. First bill I think that is of note for the school board is HB 236. This is Representative Peterson and Senator McKay. This deals with property tax notifications for truth and taxation hearings. What it requires school boards to do is to create a fail-safe plan that they can prove that they can operate on a base budget in case the proposed truth and taxation plan does not go through. This bill was supported by JLC mainly because it was the best of all of the bad property tax bills. So supporting this, so hopefully the others that are out there do not pass. It did pass the House unanimously this afternoon, like 72-0. So.
What if you prove that you can't function without it? So are we just really required to do two budgets? Is that really the bottom line?
Yeah, that would be what it would mean in essence. Is
But
a budget. What would happen if it didn't pass? What would happen if this does pass?
Like if we need to raise it, we would say, okay, if this doesn't pass, we're going to freeze teacher salaries, we're going to lay off X amount of teachers and add to the classroom. And if it does, then
Right. It just you need a fallback plan. Senate Bill 241 is known as the literacy bill. This is part of the governor's initiative and one of the priorities of both his office and legislative leadership. It's being run by Senator Milner, and it passed out of Senate committee this last week. And this is the one that makes the goal kind of that big target of 80% proficiency for third grade reading by the year 2030. And that's comprised of three times a year benchmark assessments, or thrice yearly, as they're saying up there. There is an impact for schools in this bill in order to pay for these, get the resources to meet these goals. One part of the bill requires that schools failing to meet reading goals must allocate 50% of their TSSA funding towards evidence-based literacy interventions. Side note on that, most of our elementary schools that would be in that category already do. You know that because you see their TSSA plans.
I'm interested in looking at how much of our TSSA plans are already. I feel like when I read them, a good proportion have money set aside to pay for reading supports, especially personnel.
Yeah, I pulled a couple of plans and looked at it with one of our elementary AOSs, and it looked like well over half of their budget was committed to that in many cases. This is part of the bill is also the student retention portion of it, that students not meeting reading benchmarks could be retained in grade 3. There are exemptions for that, for considering retention, and it also stipulates that LEAs, school districts, need to consider retaining students in kindergarten, first and second grade as well, if they're not on target.
So you could retain even if a student hadn't had the opportunities for the interventions? Because I thought, the way I read it, I thought it was saying they had to have like proven intervention in between.
Yes, and if that's not happening, like if they're doing those interventions in K through 2, then the way that it's in lines 11 through 15, if you'd like to read the bill, but that's where it would be, it requires considering retention in earlier grades, lines 11 through 15 on that bill.
Interesting.
Can parents opt out of this testing in elementary school?
If it's a state mandated test,
Like Acadians?
yeah.
No,
No, there's no opt out for that.
there's no opt out.
I thought you could talk to your principal or something. And maybe it's a different testing.
Yeah. There's also a lot of money from the state level being allocated to that. That source of that funding, important to point out, is $15 million from the stabilization account, the ESA. And there's an interesting requirement in this bill that school districts would be required to provide letters training to charter schools living within their districts' boundaries.
Why are we in support of this?
The districts would get, there's funding formulas to adjust to pay for the training of those charter schools.
Can I ask why we are supporting this?
We support literacy, don't we?
No.
We don't want our students to be literate.
Well,
Wait a
here's my
minute.
problem.
Lay down,
Here's
buddy.
my problem. We've talked in the past that our standards are higher than the national standards. Now we're going to take, well, even if we succeed, we're going to take 20% of our students, and we're going to emotionally scar them, telling them they're so dumb they have to stay behind. We financially can't afford that anyways. I mean, if we're going to do that, let's go to a competency-based education system, which we should anyways. But I think that this can do damage to the kids' well-being, you know? So, and we're not even using the national standard.
I think this bill did change that so that it's considered proficient if you're on grade level, right? I read that correctly. I'm bad at reading these
But didn't you
bills.
say we had to get 80%?
Utah's definition of on grade level is among the most robust in the nation.
But for the purposes of retention, it looked like it wasn't just above proficient, it was also proficient.
I thought it was below proficient.
So there's like 4 categories that you could get rated in Acadians. So there's well below, below, proficient, and above proficient. And so in USBA, to be considered reading on grade level, you have to be above proficient. But in this bill, at least from what I saw, it looked like they did include proficient and above proficient. So it did lower that goalpost a little. Oh, please correct me if I'm wrong about that. That's what I read.
That's my understanding.
Another thing that I need some clarification on this bill, and I don't know if anyone has it until it goes to rules, but it talks about if a student comes in for their testing at the beginning or middle of the year and scores below, that the district is then responsible for supplying materials to the family to catch their child up. And I'm really curious what that means. What materials, what kind of cost are we looking at there? Are we buying curriculum? Is this providing them with books? Is it opening up our libraries? I'm just not sure what that looks
It
like.
can't be technology because we're taking that away from kids.
That one did advance this week, didn't it? So and there's no more clarity there, right?
I can look into that and we can report back on that.
I assume we won't really have a clear picture until we see it defined in rules, but that's another just looming potential expense and responsibility that districts are going to need to absorb.
Can I ask a clarifying question, if you know? On the part where you mentioned that it would be mandated that 50% of TSSA funding go toward literacy interventions, was there like a timeline on that? Like you get so many years to be at 80%, and then if you don't, like every year, if you're not.
There is a timeline on it. The requirements for the reading on grade level are by 2030, and so.
Oh, so if they're not up to that by 2030, then they have to start doing the 50%?
Yeah, I hesitate to say exactly how that would work because
That-
that's going to be defined, and a lot of it's going to be defined in state board rule, but the essence is that the entire state would be on grade level by 2030.
Well, and we're okay with school
Excluding-
districts training charters. It seems like the charter board should train charters. I mean, this is a bill I wouldn't
Honestly
support for
surprised
lots
that
of reasons.
charters are okay with that. I know of some charters who would like to be training us. So I do think that the reason for that number is it's like the bill goes into effect, and then the first group of kindergartners would be in third grade before. Does that make sense?
So it wouldn't
Before
go
you
effective
would-
this year's third graders.
Exactly. So the kindergartners next year would be in third grade the year that the accountability measures start. So we wouldn't have to start retaining.
Don't get me wrong, but I think even a lot of the special learning problems we never discover till like the 4th or 5th grade. And so, I mean, I just remember once in a science project, our teacher lined us up from the ones that she liked to the least liked, and I was last. And for a long time, it made me feel like I was stupid and that I didn't. And that's what I think we're going to do with this. If it ever happens, I think what will happen is we'll go down this path and realize that's a mistake. If a parent wants to retain them, that's good. I think it should be a conversation, but I don't know. I mean, Arizona tried this, and they were going to hold back half their third graders, and they realized they can't afford it. I'm all for competency-based, but let's do it across the board. Let's do it with every year. But anyways, that's my concerns with this bill.
Is there anything in the bill that talks about like parent, involvement and whether they could choose whether or not to retain their child?
The language in the bill deals with unless they qualify for what's called a good cause exemption, and that is yet to be defined as well. But there are exceptions and exemptions for that. I would also add that a lot of educators feel like by third grade, it's better to retain them earlier on in the early grades in order to make the real have the best effect.
Earlier than third grade.
Well, give an advantage on the football field, that's for sure.
Yeah. And then moving on, there's a HB 170. This is Representative Shipp's bill. This deals with referendums on school board decisions. This bill would allow for referendums on any school board decision, virtually any school board decision, that's not made with a supermajority. In the case of this board, it would be any decision not made by a 5-7 vote or more. 5-2, sorry. 5-7 would be a losing endeavor. 5-2 because of the 7-member board. And we talked with Representative Shipp today, or this week, I should say, and earlier this week, and just expressed our concerns with some of this. Really, that one person could nullify the process if it was a 4-3 vote, because if one person refers it for referendum, that kicks into effect the 7 day, there's 7 days they have to do it, then there's a 45-day signature gathering, and in essence, by the time our tax rate needs to be certified, all of that would make any tax that we passed as a board 4-3 null and void and wouldn't be able to take effect till the next year.
So
Taxation stuff.
Well, that's for
then taxation is subject to that timeline, but like if you did a school boundary change, then you would have more time. But they could file a referendum on that decision.
But it had to be across the board. Like if we're going to close the school, you'd have to get people throughout the district to support a referendum, right?
Well, in that case, then the referendum would have to get the signatures to make it to a ballot, right? But in the case of a truth in taxation, it doesn't matter the result of the referendum, how many signatures they gather, because we are outside of the window. So one person who files a referendum can overrule an elected body.
So on anything, like if we decided it was
Only on a truth in taxation, because that's the only one that has that stringent timeline. If it was like a boundary
change,
then they would have to get the signatures to get what they want.
But essentially, you could get signatures and do a referendum
We'd be
on
on-
whatever you wanted.
And you'd be on pause for 45 days or more to see if they gathered the signatures.
If we didn't have 5 votes on
Right.
the board.
Yeah. If we, if
That this
it
is on a
wasn't
4-3 scenario only. If it were a 5-2 vote, then it's not subject to referendum.
A lot of pressure on that last person.
Representative Shipp was willing to look for other ways to deal with the timeline, but that's just a huge concern to me that we're saying one person's discontent can overrule a majority of elected board members.
Mr. Anderson, Dr. Anderson's aware of this. I still think it has constitutional issues, but we don't need to go into that.
Yeah, I'm
But it-
interested in, though, if it passes, would that be when you had to point out the constitutional?
I mean, somebody could sue the legislature if they pass an unconstitutional bill or make an unconstitutional statute. As we've seen in the past couple years, there have been lawsuits for constitutionality, right?
Correct.
So I mean, it would subject the legislature to
I don't know that-
litigation.
Well, I don't know that you'd have to do it right away, but it would be an option should it become an issue that it could still be challenged for constitutionality.
Yeah, he just, when we spoke to him, seemed like, well, then do a better job of getting your board on your side. And it just sits wrong with me that somebody who is undecided has to vote potentially against their conscience because that's the only way to make it referendum proof. I hate that.
Okay. Another bill that's getting a lot of attention is HB 273. This is known as the Balance Act. It passed out of committee last night. That's the one that would tier the amount of screen time available for students in K3 and 4, 5, 6, and then middle school and high school. And it's a kind of a no. For example, in the K3, there are no one-to-ones that can be assigned. Students can't take devices home, and screen time would be limited to computer science standards or state assessments. No tech-based homework that can be sent home. Exception, and then it goes up from there. Exceptions, for virtual schools are not. This is not applicable to virtual schools, and it's not applicable. There are carve-outs for 504 and IEP students. HB 293 is known as the kind of the High School Activities Association. This is the bill that we referenced last time. It passed out of committee earlier this week, 12-2. This bill adds a week of summer moratorium and reduces practice hours from 20 to 15 and adds 4 more weeks at the end of the season. This passed the House with an overwhelming majority just about an hour ago. So it's on to the Senate committee to be heard. It looks to have a lot of momentum.
What was the number on that one?
That was HB 293. And then wrapping up, HB 467 is just the people ask about this. So it's the Utah Fits All scholarship modifications. Unclear at this point. I think the big question is how much more money might be allocated toward that. And the answer is I don't know at this point.
I'm hearing a lot of concern about the carve-outs that this bill adds to the definition of schools that fit the scholarship. Are you hearing like movement on the bill? Are they softening that language, or so far?
I haven't seen any new subs for the bill. I'll keep my eyes on that, and we're watching that one, but I haven't seen any modifications as of yet.
It's an interesting one because Utah Parents United are pretty passionately opposed to this one.
What number is it?
HB 467.
And then HB
Because it
24
takes out like virtual schools and home schools. Am I remembering that right?
It does tighten
No longer
the
qualify.
parameters of who qualifies for what amount, but based on whether it's a private school, homeschool, and then younger students in homeschool. So it kind of breaks it down by level.
And you can't receive this scholarship if you're receiving virtual school, right?
Correct. If you're enrolled in any type of LEA, then you wouldn't be eligible for it. You have to declare that you're going to be, and then you'd get no money. HB 241 is the bill that we've talked about in the past, where it adds charter schools on par with cities for having a first right of refusal for a school district that is disposing of property or surplusing property. It passed out of the House this afternoon with a pretty wide margin. It will go on to the Senate committee. The latest version of it lifted the limits that cities, counties, and towns have for population density. It used to be that only cities with a certain population density would qualify for having a first right of refusal action. That requirement has been lifted entirely, so any city, any town, any county has the right to pursue that, as well as the charter schools now.
And she added language that actually increases their right, because some cities apparently didn't get first right of refusal based on population or other factors. So unfortunately, we lost an ally through that.
If we closed the school but didn't declare it surplus, would that require us to sell it? So we could use it for a warehouse or
Yeah, you can repurpose it. It's just for disposition, sale, or leasing a property, I believe.
open? Okay.
Yeah, that's it. And then just to clarify, and I mentioned earlier on the opt-outs for Acadians, there are different types. K through 3 or grades 1 through 3 are required by the state, and parents can opt out of those. It's also offered at grades 4, 5, and 6, and that is not a state-required test, so it's a locally administered test, and they cannot opt out of Acadians in those grades. So just to clarify that.
So what about places like private schools? Are they required to administer Acadians testing?
I don't think private schools are, but because they wouldn't be, they can do their thing, and if they receive state money, public money, I would bet that they can.
Depends on how you define receive.
Right.
If it comes through a scholarship, then they didn't receive it, but yeah.
Thank you. Any questions on any other bills?
I have some. What about HB 440? Why are we opposing that? It's a school lunch amendment.
This is a bill. HB 440 is Representative Auxierre's bill on requiring. This puts a lot of. There's a lot of requirements put on school community councils and requires them to discuss. There's a target. A school lunch target is defined in code that by a certain date, within 5 years, a school must have reach the target of recess first and then a required 20 minutes of lunchtime afterwards. And it imposes on the school community councils a lot of requirements to look into research. They have to post and publish to the state board what they've looked into for school lunch practices. And so that, I think that's just some of the talking points when it was talked about in JLC of why they would oppose that. It's quite
I'll
heavy.
just add, at JLC, it was strongly felt that this is a local decision. A lot of factors go into that. Our district has chosen to make it so local, it's school by school, because you're looking at the number of students enrolled in a building when you look at scheduling. So I definitely think if there's an appetite locally to make these changes, then they're welcome to. But a state law feels like an overreach.
Yeah, for example.
All these are overreach as well.
To the JLC group, Representative Auxier did come and present this bill at JLC, and that was, you just asked why it was opposed, and that was the feedback I heard.
Yeah, for example, it would require an additional meeting for the school community council to have at least annually to plan how the school, I'm reading from lines 122 through 128, how the school can work towards achieving the school lunch target goal and comply with the requirements of the intended goal. And if they don't do it, they need to write a letter to the state board indicating why they chose not to.
Do you feel that most of our kids are getting adequate time to eat?
I think school community councils regularly look at that, and school principals look at that on a routine basis, and the answer has been different for each. There have been different answers at different schools. I think kids have the opportunity to eat. This bill would also actually require a common table in the middle of the lunchroom where unused food could be given and put on the tables for others to come and eat and take, which would require also a monitoring by the school to make sure that allergies, other health conditions were
Can they even do that? I thought there's health reasons we couldn't do that.
I think it stipulates that it's an open table is what they call it, and it's described as being unopened, sealed food.
So because it sounds like to me that because it got in the weeds and started defining too much, it died.
It hasn't even been
died,
heard yet.
died in the terms of support.
Yeah, it hasn't been heard in the House Ed Committee. It's been assigned to the Education Committee, but as of yet hasn't been heard.
When we increased passing periods in our high school this year, did we take that extra time from lunch? Because I'm hearing that we took the extra time for passing periods from lunch, and so lunch in the high schools are super short.
School lunch times were uniform, were put on a uniform basis, and that meant a couple of extra minutes less from a couple of schools.
But other schools could have got an increase.
Other schools got an increase.
All the same now. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, that helps. Then I had another one. It's crossed out, the artificial turf placement modifications. What's that?
That was voted down in committee. This was an example of a bill that came as a result of a kind of a very, very local issue where a community was not happy about an artificial turf field coming in because it presented a heat island, and they didn't like the plastics and the rubbers and the smell from that the artificial turf imposed on their community. And so this representative ran that bill to it would have required school districts to meet with community members prior to installing new artificial turf. That was voted down in committee.
Is that still alive, that bill?
I do not think it will ever see the light of day this session again.
So
obviously it's not like turf isn't that way anymore, but
So I have a question on a bill, HB 528. I don't know if you've looked at it. It's local school board reporting. And to me, it looks like it requires an LEA to report enrollment data to the state board. Do you have any thoughts on?
I haven't looked at it. It's still in rules. At this point, if a bill is still in rules, it may not even get out. It's hard to say, but I have not even looked at this one yet.
Thanks.
Yep.
Sometimes I just look through the bills looking for any that talk
keywords
about,
and yeah, for sure. There's a bill that I might just add. There's one that I think is going to help us. It's SB 167. This we've worked with CCJJ and Juvenile Justice Center in working with that. Senator McKay is sponsoring it. It modifies the timelines and requirements for reintegration plans for students who have committed serious offenses and made the sharing of data more required amongst LEAs so that students transferring between districts don't fall through and somehow get in. A dangerous student or someone that's being adjudicated would get in. It requires a higher level of communication, and the LEAs have been working together with CCJJ on that, and it's looks like it's a good bill. I think it's going to help us in that regard.
So much, Dr. Anderson.
Thank you. Let's move on to a review of board policies. We're on GP 108 and we'll try to get through 110.
Thank you. 108 is about assembling the agenda. We have tried something new this year that's not necessarily in policy. What we'd really like to do is talk about our practice as well as the policy. So if you want to pull up 108 and any thoughts you have about the policy, but then in addition to that, we'd like to know how you feel about the process. One of my biggest concerns is that all board members feel confident at being able to get something on the agenda. Everyone needs to feel that ability, that I can get something on an agenda for discussion. So if our practice doesn't facilitate that, I'd love to know. But let's start with the policy. Any suggestions or recommendations to GP 108?
I was just gonna say, I remember us going through 108 fairly quickly, and I had some notes about some things from our last meeting, but so you.
In A, we had talked about how it listed town halls, et cetera, and so I would recommend we create a new sentence that says the calendar may also include community, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, I think we were kind of about done with 108. All right, now 109. Let's start with the agenda, and then we can talk our current practice.
So that was my question, was when it says board members shall contact the board executive committee in writing, when they want to request items to be placed on the agenda. I'm curious our views on whether the tracking document constitutes contacting in writing.
I believe it does. It saves on postage.
And can we just talk for a minute? How has your experience with the tracking document been? I'm just curious if it's something we want to continue moving forward.
I would like to continue using it. I appreciate that this board, this executive committee put it into place. Am I right? And I just am not in the habit of looking at it or putting items on it as a regular habit. And I appreciate too being able to put items on there, and then when members of executive committee reach out to me and ask for clarification, sometimes it's not necessary to have an item on an agenda. So I appreciate it. And whenever I see somebody else has something on there, I generally like to add my name so that there's another board member who wants it on the agenda. I'm happy to be a second or third to anybody's requested agenda item.
I would like it, I don't know, kind of cleaned up. I think there's stuff on here still that we've already gone through, and so it would be nice to kind of clean it up. And I don't know how often executive committee looks at it.
Every single meeting.
Okay, great. Then I feel like it's working then, probably. I have
Well,
not.
and you might find like, oh, I don't remember adding this. But if people speak to, at least to me, I don't know Bryce and Brian's practice, but if someone talks to me, I usually go straight on and add it to the agenda under that person's name or the tracking document, just so I have a place to track, like I don't forget something.
So we've erred on the side of leaving it on. Just there may be a last question about, was so and so satisfied that we did that, and so we've talked about taking it off. But if there's any reason at all to leave it on, we do.
We just hide the rows rather than removing.
Tab. It's tabbed that we move them to. Yeah.
Does the executive committee feel like you're getting enough feedback from us, or should we step up our suggestions? Asking for
My
a friend.
concern is more, do you feel like, because sometimes we'll talk about it and say, maybe this is a good one to assign to a committee or to start with an email or whatever. And I want to make sure that you're feeling like, well, that wasn't what I asked. I asked for it on the agenda and they chose a different route. So that's a concern that I have. I want to make sure that you feel like we're being responsive. We try to add, you have to scroll pretty far, but the status area is where you could look at what that conversation held in executive committee.
So that leads me to item C at the end. It says board members and superintendent will be notified if their agenda item is not included. I have stricken that in my draft version of this as a suggestion. Do you feel like you should, or do board members feel like they should be notified when they add something to that document and it's not heard? Is that
Yep.
the practice?
I mean, that's exactly what I'm asking, because sometimes, and honestly, C4 was where I was like, ooh, because it says an item will automatically be placed on the agenda for the next meeting upon written request of 3 or more board members. That was where I was like, okay, now we really need to define if this tracking document is written request, and now we have 3 people on it. Are you saying you need that at the next board meeting? Because that's where it's tricky, is when people go on and they've added their name and maybe it's been on there for a while and suddenly a third name is there and we're like, oh no, when did that get added? And are we following our policy? Because that can be a little bit tricky to track when the names are. But we usually see when there's a new item.
Should we put the date by our names when we second or third or whatever on when someone else suggests? Okay.
That would be helpful.
Because I think that would be an easy.
And I think sometimes you might be saying, I'd like to start a discussion about this. I know at times I have said, let's make sure that this is addressed by the board. And I put it there. I'm okay if it's not an agenda item, if I know that a committee is working on it, or
Right.
like it's being addressed in some way. I'm comfortable with that, but there's not really a way to indicate that on this document.
So I
How-
think that a lot of these policies are written for a board that's not healthy. You know, I don't use the document very much, but everything that I've ever wanted and more are on our agendas. Our agendas are awesome. I don't see like the executive committee shutting me out, and so I have to go get other people to support me to force you to put it on the
But
policy.
there was a time when that did happen.
There was a time, and I got 4 votes, and it still didn't get on there. But I think that we ought to probably still leave it in there, even though that's not our practice, because the board could get unhealthy. There's many boards around the state that really need those kinds of things, and we might need it in the future. You just don't know. But I really appreciate the executive committee and the rest of the board, because I don't remember a time that, besides that was early on, that everything that I've ever wanted makes it. And if it doesn't make it next time, I express that I wanted something, and I'm not concerned when it comes, because you might need time to gather more information. And so, but I like it on there in case the board is
It's just
A lot of
interesting,
diversity.
this on the agenda for the next meeting is pretty.
maybe we just change it
Descriptive.
on a agenda, on an upcoming agenda. Just leave it at that.
That's a good idea, Paul.
I think the intent is if 3 people really want something on the agenda, they should request at a specific time. I think you need to just add some clarity, and even on your document, maybe we want it as soon as possible versus it's just a topic. That's what I'm hearing, is that just needs some clarification.
And maybe in that case, if you want it on the next meeting, it needs to be a different format besides the tracking document.
That's what I think. I don't think the tracking document will count in that circumstance. If you feel an urgency and you have the support of 2 others, you need to submit a formal written request.
So can we clean up that line to read in that way?
Yeah.
Are,
Let's just
are
add
other board
formal
members
written
comfortable with
request.
that?
Formal written includes an email.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
It just means it's separate from the tracking
But
document.
it doesn't mean everyone. I'm only going to use that if I feel that you guys are going to shut
Right.
me out.
Yeah.
Hopefully that's just an absolute extreme situation.
I don't mind it being there. I think the
I've asked
practice
several
is,
times, it's not on the agenda, this is urgent. The executive committee is shutting me out, now I'm gonna take matters in my own hands.
I mean, I don't request that much anyways. Most of the things I want, you guys have already thought of.
I think there have been a couple examples where we've had 3 or more board members who want something, and we've brought it up in executive committee, and we've determined, as far as timing goes, that we need to give staff at least 1 additional meeting before we add it. And I think, Nikki, sometimes you've mentioned that you've reached out to the person and kind of let them know that we
Do try to, but I am
heard
not
your request.
perfect.
But,
I'm sorry.
We've never ignored an issue where 3 board members put their name on it. But we
pretty close
haven't
to
put
perfect.
we haven't always put it immediately on the agenda for reasons we discussed with the superintendent.
I'm comfortable going to the document to see your comments of why it's not on the agenda. I don't today feel like I need a phone call. If I felt like I needed that, I would reach out directly to you.
And please know, I hope I speak for all members of the executive committee. It's, if that is happening, if you're feeling unheard, it's not intentional. Like maybe something has slipped through the cracks, so please point it out. I would be so grateful if you pointed out, hey, I asked for this and I'm not seeing it. That'll just move it front of mind for me. But I will try.
I think you're doing a great job, but there could be a time in the future that
We got to safeguard against that, but our practice will continue. Okay, anything else about 109? 110, public participation in board meetings.
Before we go there, so sorry. My 109 is so, my formatting is weird, the way that I've chosen to make notes. So I don't know if I understand D very well. Addendum usage should be as minimal as possible.
Yeah.
Like today.
Addenda will only be used
What
when
does
the
an
item is
addendum mean?
operationally necessary.
It's
What?
when we make a change after it's been the public has been notified.
Oh,
like
like
today.
an addendum to the.
actual
Today's agenda was an addendum agenda.
Thank you. That, okay, that makes sense.
What did we add?
We
The
added the request
trip.
for the trip.
Oh, gotcha.
That came out late.
So maybe clarity on that.
Yeah.
Meeting.
Yeah.
Notification, meeting. I don't know.
agenda.
Addendums to the published agenda, something.
Wondered if it meant attachments.
That's
what I
what
was
I thought it was
thinking,
too. I was like, what is the, like the appendix? What is this?
Maybe if we could just say changes.
We'll just clarify after the public has been notified.
Thank you.
Addendum usage to the published agenda is to add a minimal. I thought today was an excellent example of notification, urgency, all of that. Not make them wait 2 more weeks. So today was a great example of how an addendum should work.
Perfect.
Okay.
Sorry, now going on.
Public participation in board meetings. We have given this policy a lot of attention over the years. This board has consistently felt strongly about hearing from the public, and yet safeguarding, decorum and safety and those types of issues. Any adjustments you would make to the policy?
I was curious about where it says, I'm just going to start reading, it says, prior to each special business item being brought to a vote, members of the public are allowed to speak on the item after the board's discussion.
I'm sorry, could you tell me where you are?
A, very first sentence. What are the special business items? I feel like usually maybe it's just because it's on special business item, but what's the protocol normally for calling for comment on our agenda items?
So if it's not on the consent agenda or, oh yeah, this will be easier if you look at how they're labeled.
Everything listed here,
Okay.
she calls for a motion, she gets a second, and then she is required to ask if there's anyone who came to speak on that issue.
Okay.
I
But it
stink
says
at that and have to
after
be
the
remind-
board's
reminded.
discussion.
Yeah.
But we call for comment before we discuss. So
Correct.
that's why I'm confused.
And honestly, I prefer listening to comment before discussion. So
Yeah,
maybe
I
that's a
think
change
that
we
makes
want to make.
sense.
But that's at the president's discretion. It should not necessarily be specified.
So maybe we
Item-
should update that.
Either before or after, according to the president's discretion. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe just say,
It should say prior to the board's final decision.
oh, that's a good idea.
During each during each special business item being brought to a vote, members of the public are allowed to speak on the item prior to the board's final decision.
I like that.
Great. Thank you. That helps clarify it in my mind.
C14 talks about mayors, county commissioners, or designees
Yes.
being notified of our board meetings, and of course they can attend. And then it says, and may participate in discussions at board meetings.
Same
And then it
question.
lists Utah Code 53G. I was curious if that meant that they have a seat at the table. Is that what that means? That a mayor,
Used to.
any of our mayors can attend this meeting and sit at the table and participate in discussions on any topic?
Not on any topic.
Is that what the code says, Paul?
They can come. I think they can. They don't get a vote, but
Right.
they can address the board.
And it says may participate. That's at the discretion of the board president.
We've allowed it.
They don't necessarily have a right to participate. But we have had a mayor come and sit at the dais and participate in the discussion for a boundary change.
Interesting.
We had a mayor at the last budget meeting, and he was the only patron in the audience,
Yeah, and he
And he
sat for
spoke.
a long time before he got up.
and he spoke. I don't think we've ever
I
had
know,
a problem.
just to
I could
thank
see,
us, too.
Yeah. I think
felt
I
so
could
bad.
see a problem with this if mayors overtook this, but
But if
it's also in law, so
yeah, if it's in code, what can we do?
we've never had a problem.
So I'm going to rewind a little. Can we go back to B? Right now, our practice, I'm afraid to bring it up because I know not everybody loves it, but is we also have email as an option to speak, but it doesn't look like that is included.
Can I weigh in on that?
Sure.
Regardless of who has to read it, although I think John does a particularly good job, I feel like there are lots of avenues to give feedback. And I don't know that there was a time with COVID where it was useful, I think, to be able to just send a comment and have someone else read it. But I think if it's read publicly, I feel like the person ought to
Come.
be there giving it.
That's, I think, could we change it to something that, like, if you want to participate publicly on an issue, you are welcome to email all board members?
Oh, please, go ahead, John.
it has felt a little awkward that I'm reading a comment you guys already received. It also felt a little weird when people in the audience, I was reading their comment, and they were, it's odd.
So
There's a
here
time we
is
needed
why I feel protective of this. I'll go back to when we had a really strong group during COVID who was coming frequently. And I spoke to some constituents who said, when there's such a strong voice in the room, I am afraid to speak.
It was a
I
safety issue.
feel like I am not safe to speak. That has stayed with me. I have wondered if there are people who feel afraid, or maybe, like, I believe that social anxiety is real and that there are people for whom that is a wildly intimidating thing. And I still think they deserve a voice. And I think if they want a public voice, they should have an avenue. So I don't know if that's making phone call comments available or sticking with email, but I feel very protective of someone's right to speak, even if they face something like that. Even if it gets abused occasionally and someone's in the room and they're just making John read it.
I feel like, and I appreciate what you said. I don't want people to be afraid. I want people to be able to have a voice and exercise that. I also think of one of the characteristics of Portrait of a Graduate being an engaged citizen, and I really value people being able to be face to face with their elected representatives and speak to them and to us. And so I feel like this is complicated. I prefer that people come and speak for themselves. I was not on this board during any time that seemed like there was some kind of threat to safety of a speaker, but I can imagine very easily times where people would feel unsafe. So I would like, personally, my preference is that people come in and give their own public comment. And if that's not possible for them, I would rather have them say their own comment remotely instead of sending in an email.
I would argue that people might have jobs or, are caretakers and they can't necessarily make a phone call at that time. They can't come in at that time. And sending an email might be easier for them. I also would just like to point out, at least for me, it is very hard to find that email to make public comment. Like, it's not even on our board meetings page that I can see. Like, I have to go to policy to find that email.
It's on our
It's on
public
every agenda.
notice.
Oh, is it on the agenda?
Yeah.
Look at me paying
It's right
attention.
there at the top of every agenda.
Oh, great. I hope other people have noticed that then, because I didn't. I feel like it should also be on our board meetings page, but if this board is leaning away from the email option, then don't post it there.
And I feel like we could even publicly acknowledge we have received and read emails from this person, this person, this person, and this person in a public meeting, to let people know that we have received emails and read them.
Something else that I have sometimes been accused of is like a group will come and speak strongly and unitedly, and then we vote differently than that group, and then they accuse us and say, every person here said this and you voted against every opinion in this room. And sometimes I think that it's useful to have emailed comments read aloud because it represents people who might be less likely to come when there's a very strong voice and they want to speak against it. I have particularly heard that from teachers, that it's really hard for them to come and speak out against things. So
and they don't
that
feel
is
the same
something
threat.
that I would really I just don't think it hurts us to do it. So if it helps anybody else in our community, why wouldn't we allow that opportunity?
You mind if I just make one more comment about that?
Of course.
I feel that if you, this board listens better than any group I've ever known. And I feel that if you email a comment for someone else to read, we can't really verify who you are. We don't know, and you don't really have to own the comment, but you get a large megaphone without having to own what you said. And I'm concerned about, I'm concerned that can be abused and that voices can have a disproportionate influence with lower effort than those who show up to the meeting. And that's not to disparage those who are caregivers, but it shows some effort to be here in person and to arrange your life to be here. Or even to have someone else read your comments and say, you know, we're here and I'm reading on behalf of the group. Or it's almost like someone's standing at the counter, but you say, hold on, I have a customer on the phone and then I'll be right with you. It's like if you're there, I feel like that says something. And I worry a little bit about being able to email something in and not really have to own it and not even have your own name associated with it necessarily. But if you're here in person and you say who you are and where you're from, and it's just one other form of giving public input. But this board listens to people who, one board member hearing from one person can impact policy with a board that has the approach that you do. So you don't have to have a public voice in order to have an impact. And I just worry about the ownership. It's like an online comment. People are different online when they can just write it, but if you have to say it face to face with someone, that's a different kind of comment. And I place a different weight on something that I hear from someone standing a few feet from me instead of something that someone emailed in for someone else to read, although there may be good reasons that they needed to do that.
And I do think line 5 addresses that a little, that we put first priority to comments in person. And then if time is permitted, we add the online comments.
And I even think...
I do think we prioritize.
Yeah, and I was thinking about committee meetings in the legislature. They only, well, the ones I've been to, I have not ever heard any emailed in comments read during the public comment time. It's either been people, and they're on some kind of thing where you even see them. They have to turn the video on to verify this is an actual person, and they have to put a face to their comment, and they have to put their own self to the comment. I really appreciate the superintendent's words about taking ownership, having that comment. It belongs, it's verifiably belonging to that person who's making it. I appreciate that a lot.
I also, just lest I sound insensitive, I've really admired people who've spoken where it was clearly difficult for them to do so. And they came and they made a comment and had prepared remarks, and polished, not polished. I admire when somebody does that. Agree, disagree. There have been some harsh comments, but I still appreciate when someone will publicly convey and own that opinion. I respect that. And I know some people have gone to great effort to try to do that. But that's not an argument against anything anyone here is saying. That's just my perspective.
I am open to electronic comments if they're by phone or video or email, but I feel passionately that we need to have an avenue that allows someone who is at home with hardships that we don't understand or work restrictions that we don't understand. There are so many reasons that are justifiable that I think they still deserve a voice.
So it's not sufficient that they email us. It's important to you that this be read aloud publicly.
I mean, the way that we're doing it right now, if we have more than 45 minutes of in-person comment, that's in our policy, that it'll just get sent to us, and I'm comfortable with that. But if we aren't even using up our public time allotment for comment and we're not willing to listen, I just, for me, that's an important value.
And for me, it's hard for me to see a huge difference. Although I do love hearing Mr. Larson read these comments, I feel like I get even more when I read them myself. And so the purpose of them being read out loud is that for any observers to hear, or that's the purpose of it, is for observers to hear, not necessarily for us to get the information from the person sending the email. Because like I said, I can read it and get the information, although I do like how you read them. Does that make sense? So the reason we want them is for the public at large, and for there to be a record of exactly what they emailed to be on the video or whatever. That's the reason.
I don't think that I get to speak for everyone, but I think
I'm curious if that's
an important addition to a meeting.
For all the people to hear what the person who emailed in okay, so it's not mainly just for the board to understand their point of view, it's for everybody else too also. Okay.
One thing, perhaps if it's to a specific topic, there's more reason to read it, but to just have a general open forum and read whatever anybody read, I get it. If it's on an agenda item, maybe that's more finite. But I mean, there is a distinction between just opening up and people can say whatever they want.
Well, that and we have a provision. If it's not germane to the authority of the board, it's not read. If it regards character or professional competency, it's not read. If it's not appropriate for all ages, it's not read.
I think the answer I haven't solved in my head is somebody sends an email and says Suzanne Wood, and it wasn't me. Is that problematic? That somebody pretends to be somebody else because they're not in person? And I don't know if that's a legitimate concern or not, but that's in my mind.
If I'm honest, somebody standing up and saying a name in person doesn't guarantee who they are either.
But you do have their face on video. I mean,
well, and I think I've said my opinion enough. If the majority of the board would like to do away with it, I will be sad, but I will live. So
I'd like to keep it on.
Doesn't hurt me to keep it on.
The 3 years I've been here, I haven't seen a problem. If it got to the point where some of these scenarios came up and we were getting people pretending to be someone or saying things that are inappropriate, then I might want to look at it again. But I haven't seen anyone taking advantage of it.
And I saw one situation where a person who was present in the meeting had emailed public comments for Mr. Larson to read, full of that was not family friendly, I should say. And they, I don't know what their goal was, if they just wanted to and so I see that as a problem. Somebody emailing in comments while they are still sitting in the audience for Mr. Larson to read their email while they observe. And then especially if they are, I don't know, I can't say malintent, but sending something that should not be read at in a public meeting to make a point.
The policy prohibits that.
I was going to say, at that point, I hope Mr. Larson would say, this comment feels inappropriate, and I will email it to the board.
And
Are you getting emails
and he
in
didn't,
the
but it
meeting,
did
or
happen one
did a
time when
cutoff
somebody
period?
tried to do that, and the policy did take care of it
I
so that he
remember
didn't
this
have to read it. But I also just think it is awkward to have people emailing in comments and being here. And I have not seen that widespread, and I don't know how to verify that. It's just, yeah, people can
Always-
email anything in.
We could always add item D within number 5 and say at the discretion of the board president. So if there's anything that the policy doesn't cover, that would.
Mr. Larson, do you get comments in the meeting and then you read them, or is there like a cutoff period that you have?
Well,
3
according to
p.m.
number 5 here, it's supposed to be 3 p.m. Which is always interesting in and of itself there too, because if I get one at 3:01, do I?
Oh.
And you ask the board, and we'll say, sure, just read it.
Or at the discretion of the board president.
I have received comments after I left reading and went to sit back down. I'd receive a comment right there in my inbox right then, and I'm like, and it was about something that night, and I'm like, I've already
Forward
sat
it to the
down.
board. Yep. Okay, so
If there is a swear word, am I allowed to go beep?
but only if you use a sound effect when you do it.
If there's a swear word, it's not appropriate for all ages and it can be skipped.
And I feel like if there is profanity in the email, I feel like you don't have to read the whole email, if that makes any sense. I
Read
think
any of it.
that is fine. If there is any content that I think you can remove, personally, that's my opinion. If there is something that should not be read, then we don't have to, we can all just read the email ourselves.
Have you
Because-
considered auditioning for audible.com?
Use AI.
Can
Just
I
use
ask-
AI to read them.
So let's suppose hypothetically Mr. Larson gets 4 emails that say exactly the same thing. Should he read each of the 4, or could he read the one and then say all 4 names?
I think it would be fine for him to say, I received 4 of the same content, here are the names.
That's the spirit of, if a group comes, they get 6 minutes, but they have to choose a representative. That's the same idea.
Okay.
Here's a group, I'm going to read their comment. It's from these 4 people.
But I'm hoping that that doesn't mean they get 6 minutes of email reading.
Only if they request it. Can I clarify number 14? Are we done with that?
The mayor thing?
Let me read from Utah Code.
Perfect.
Here is from Utah Code. A local school board shall allow an interested mayor and interested county executive to attend and participate in the local school board discussions at a local school board meeting that is open to the public. An interested county executive and interested mayor may attend and participate in local school board discussions at a local school board meeting that is closed to the public under, and then list the law.
But there's if.
If it's invited?
If the local school board invites the interested county executive or interested mayor to attend and participate, and for a closed meeting held for the purpose of discussing the local school board's disposition or acquisition of real property, the interested county executive or interested mayor does not have a conflict of interest with respect to the real estate disposition or acquisition. So it's an if and then and. So both of those. It's an if that includes both of those.
Candace doesn't update that.
Anyway, that's the law. Any other comments on 110?
Just out of curiosity, is that, Paul, do you know if that's reciprocal? Could I go to a Bluffdale City Council meeting and sit at the table? No?
Shocking. It's
Okay, thank you, everyone. Just to update you on our procedures, we have begun to meet. We are going to go through all of the GPs, and then hopefully by the time this board is done reviewing the GPs, the following set of meetings can result in what we're bringing back.
Can I make a couple comments? And my apologies, because I forgot to make a comment on 108 that I wanted to.
Sorry, it's too late. You're going to have to get 3 board members to agree.
Right. And F. I have struck the word monthly. And I wanted to get the board's view on that. Conducting a review of our policies monthly. Do we want to compel ourselves to do that, or do we want to leave the prerogative up to us?
Well, we
on
changed
frequency?
the will to May.
Oh, you did? Okay.
And so that eliminates all of the, we may hold a town meeting. We won't. It's not we will hold a town meeting. We may hold a town meeting. We may do it monthly.
Okay. Thank you. That does answer my question then. And then a general comment. Just for clarification for me, as I've been reviewing policies, I've been a little bit confused and wondered if we might consider relabeling the first all the GPs board governance policies instead of board policies. Because where I've gotten confused is, well, aren't these all board policies? And even in F2:1, it says, we'll post on the calendar GPs, BSCs, and EL policies. And I wondered, do we want to make that broader? If we really own all policies, why would we only review the governance policies? So two points. Can we rename board policies board governance policies? And would we ever create a schedule where we would review the entirety of the policies that we own as opposed to just the governance ones?
I'm not sure where you're looking at. Where are you pointing to?
F? Are you talking about F?
Yes.
And how it says that we'll conduct a review of GPs.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. I can understand that. I feel like GP, like governance process, like I feel that I don't think we need to rename the GPs necessarily.
So when I go to our website, let me see if I can get to where I was. The title here says board policies, and I click on board policies, and it only lists the governance ones. And what I'm suggesting is, where it says board policies, should we call them board governance policies?
I see what you're saying. Just on the website.
Well, it's outside the policy. It wouldn't need a vote for us.
Mr. Van Komen.
I think what board member Wood is talking about is, and this predates any of you here other than some of these, but the way it's on the web page and the way it's sort of referred to as board policies, but all of the policies are board policies. But so under the heading Board of Education, there's board policies. It doesn't say board governance policies, but it only refers to the GPs and some of the others.
So you're asking for a website change, not a policy.
Well, sort of a naming structure.
Technically, it's the policy manual. It calls it board policies. It just happens to be on our website.
So just change
Labeled that way as
to
well.
board governance policies, because these are all the ones that govern the board or the board process. But technically, all of these policies we own, they are our prerogative. So all policies are board policies.
That's a great change. That's not a policy committee change. That's a website change.
Well, I thought
As
just because
long
it's in the
as we
policy
agree,
manual, it
Need a
was, but
motion
okay.
for that?
Not in my policy manual because I have the PDF version.
Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you. We are done.
I asked in our meeting to change some policies and got an explanation of why the numbers are so weird.
Oh, yeah.
We have to
The numbers are
keep,
different.
we have to keep policies in place
Can't
that we
change numbers.
hire. We can't change numbers, so. It just gets really hard.
Even when you retire a policy.
Yep.
Yeah, because they have to refer to it at some point.
Thank you.
Great. Good discussions. Thank you. And thank you, Policy Committee. You have definitely got a heavy lift in front of you with all of these comments. We appreciate you working on this. Okay, let's move into board and superintendent reports and comments.
No update yet from facilities. We're meeting in a couple weeks, week and a half, and we've got some marching orders, so appreciate that.
Finance Committee will meet soon. We now have both projections. Is that right? Not yet? Okay. By the time we meet, we will have both projections. So we are waiting for one of them, and that's kind of what triggers our January, February meeting. So, but we will be meeting soon as we get the second projection in. Keep going.
Yeah.
Utah High School Activities Association. I am saddened to announce that our director, Rob Clough, is retiring. Long time. So if you know anyone that would be interested in that position, we are looking for high quality candidates. But those will be hard shoes to fill.
Are you part of the hiring team?
I am.
I was gonna say, is that a conflict? If
That's-
I suggest Bryce
So that's a rare opportunity for you to be part of a hiring process when there's so little turnover in that position.
Yeah, the last board of trustees that was involved in the hiring process was 25 years ago.
Yeah, their meetings were held in black and white,
That's
I
right.
think.
What's his name?
Rob Clough.
Clough.
Cuff, I think it is.
Cuff, sorry.
Cuff.
It's
C-U-F-F.
Jeff Clough. I always get those confused. Rob Cuff and
Evan-
Jeff Clough.
Was it Evan XL before him?
Yeah, it was Evan Excel.
Yeah.
Do you?
He was a teacher at my high school. And Jerry Bovey, who served with him, is a good friend of mine. I was going to ask if Jerry was interested, but do you know Jerry Bovey?
Yeah, he went on to Weber State fame up there in Utah State, wasn't it? Yep.
And we are starting the process of realignment.
Are we moving on? Okay.
back update.
So, I was going to start with that the Jordan Education Foundation Challenge Run is on the 9th of May, and there are opportunities to participate. It's really fun. You can run it, you can walk it. Yeah, I've done it. It's very fun. I make my kids do it. So, and there are also opportunities to volunteer and opportunities for corporate sponsorship if you're interested in any of that. And then yesterday, moving on to another committee, yesterday I met with the Licensed Educator Advisory Committee, and Bryce and Nikki also attended, and superintendent and deputy superintendent. We talked about behavior in schools. I really appreciate teachers taking time to come and talk to us about what they are seeing in their schools as far as behavior. And I would just like to share some of the some of the ideas, and I didn't distinguish between what is being used and is successful just because of time, and what are ideas, because some of the ideas are being used, if that makes any sense. So some of the things that were shared that were showing success or were ideas for possible ways to address difficult behavior in schools was access to sports and intramurals that has been used in a couple middle schools. And then there were a couple things mentioned as far as documenting different behaviors on a spreadsheet, or one school was using special tracking software. Something that was talked about was using citizenship grades for certain types of rewards and eligibility, and also referring to citizenship grades for interventions for behavior. Another thing, and the reason I'm sharing this is if there are members of school community councils or teachers that are listening, and if any of these things spark your interest, take them to your school community councils and see if it's something that could be implemented at your school. So, and I thought this was interesting too, maybe having a table at school events with course schedules for the Jordan Family Education Center, or with family or parent education materials or help. Another thing that was brought up was an intervention room or space, and this was more of an elementary school level thing with some staff. Just people were thinking of the administrative assistants in the front office having a student there who might need some intervention, and maybe the awkwardness and that could cause for them. Another thing was teachers using technology to limit what can be viewed on screens during class time. Instructional coaching as far as teachers helping each other with classroom management strategies. Something else was prioritizing family engagement, and there was a big round of applause for the presence of counselors and psychologists in schools, and I think that was appreciated across the board as far as helping with classroom behavior management. And afterward, I just liked this comment. A teacher approached me and told me how much they really appreciated their principal having their back. The principal, when they received complaints about teachers, would ask the parent, have you spoken to the teacher yet, before they would move on with whatever intervention they might do. And I really appreciate administration supporting teachers and teachers seeing that support. So anyway, thanks again to the people who attended. I really appreciated you taking time to be there and tell us what you were thinking.
Can I add a couple notes that I took that I don't think you mentioned? Or I missed
I
it if
probably
you did.
didn't. Yeah.
So I thought it was interesting that the two things that at the high school level that there was a lot of consensus around were, first of all, arena scheduling. I have never thought of arena scheduling as an antecedent to behaviors, but they said then friends are able to schedule in the same classes, and it can cause some disruption, which, I don't know, something we could consider. And then I just was shocked at the amount of time when the the topic was behaviors, the amount of time that teachers chose to talk about attendance and the way that poor attendance affects behaviors in their classrooms. I think those are two items that, as a board, we should maybe keep our eyes on for potential board action.
Thank you for bringing that up, because I thought it was very interesting as far as attendance, when students miss out on the instruction and then they come back and then they're behind, and the amount of time it takes for teachers to help them catch up, and also the way they might act when they are behind and aren't understanding what is now happening in the instruction. Yeah, I thought that was interesting too, and those are things that I would like to discuss as a board, see if there are things that we could do as a board to support and help our schools with these issues.
Is it an expectation for a teacher to spend time helping a student who has been absent intentionally? I don't know how to say it, but is that the expectation? Or is it the responsibility of the student and the parent to catch him up or her up?
So it is not necessarily my expectation, but I believe that frequently it is the student's expectation that the teacher will help them catch up. And I would imagine that there are times when it is also the parent's expectation that the teacher will help them catch up, even if they have an unexcused absence. And honestly, teachers, I think they love their students, they love their subject matter, and they want to help their students succeed.
Absolutely.
And so they feel internally compelled by the reasons that they teach to help the student catch up. It is not my expectation, but I appreciate everything that teachers do to. It's not my expectation, because that's not my business.
That I do think that standards-based grading has placed something of an expectation on teachers, because students are able to repeat tests and to come in and resubmit assignments. So I think there is something of an expectation placed on teachers.
Carve out time during the week for that on Fridays.
I know.
So
Teachers were in the classrooms when they were.
should be, because that's what they're getting paid for. But that, I think there is some bit of an expectation because of how we do things. I want to speak to arena scheduling. I would love to know. I know every school's different. I'd love to know if there's overall guidelines. I know in the school I taught this year, arena schedule has blown up my classes because it's open for way too long. After the term's up, I didn't even get class roles solidified till 2 weeks into this semester. In my 40 years of teaching, this was the very worst. And so I don't know if it's that school. I just don't know if it's our expectations. I would be interested. It's been a long time since we've addressed that. We did address that a lot early on. But yeah, kids getting in the same class or some behavior problems. In many ways, that is a really good program to schedule.
What are you hoping to know about arena scheduling or change?
Is there guidelines given? Because it's so different from every school. Are we giving certain guidelines to make it more effective? Those kinds of things. So, I don't know. I just kind of think it should be closed when the term starts. That when you have it wide open, like we did at our school, then it just caused a lot of headaches, I felt. I don't know if that's overall if we did that, or if that's just one school's experience. I think I've asked questions in the past and was told that each school kind of sets their own boundaries for arena scheduling. So
that's true. They choose their own procedure. They do tend to open it up at the start of the year and at the beginning of the semester, but it's not just open for long periods of time, I don't think.
The beginning of the year, it seemed like it closed when school started. The second half, they didn't. It was open for a week. And it really made classes trickle down into the 2-week period before you could actually get a class. So, I mean, is that guidelines at the school that you address that with the school, or is that guidelines that we can address as a district? Am I just seeing it wrong?
At the school level.
I don't feel strongly on that, but I would love to have a discussion.
Never considered it in terms of behavior.
I've heard
That
this
comment?
before, when I've been on school community council at my kids' high school, and I've heard teachers and even parents talk about how students will adjust their schedule to all be in the same class together, which creates a high level of comfort for the students.
Solves a seating chart and then it splits up. I don't know. At the same time, I heard that one school's doing like arena scheduling before any registration, so they get to know what classes are wanted. And so I thought that was a great idea. So I don't know. I just don't know. And does this board govern that? I don't know.
Good question. Right now, it's a school level decision. If you want a further discussion about that. Yep.
Put it on the list.
Put it on the tracking.
So
Get through 2 others to.
So the students like it because they can get in classes with their friends. The teachers don't like it.
That's one.
They're with their
thing.
friends.
It has been a life-saving thing for my children to be able to choose their schedule. It has just been I think it's one of the best things that we do.
And it's been
we
very
give them
helpful
power
for
to
us
choose.
too, because when my kids have been able to see which classes are available during this period that they need. Anyway, I think it's very helpful. I understand the challenges that it can present if you have a very, a motivated group of students. But yeah, I like it too, Bryce. So.
And I like it. I just experience.
I think there are pros and cons to everything, and if there's a desire for further discussion, that's the purpose of LEAC, is to bring a perspective to the boardroom. So, all right. Any other reports?
I will report on just PTA happenings. I really do enjoy going to the regional meetings. But the regional PTA has been talking a lot about the literacy initiative that the governor has been talking a lot about. It's on everybody's mind. And they pointed out that on the National PTA website, so just pta.org, they have a family reading experience programs and a whole bunch of resources there that PTAs could collaborate with their schools on having like a family reading night at the school and promoting literacy that way and helping just at their local levels. So I thought that was a really great resource I wanted to share. And the Reflections Awards, our regional will be holding their awards night next week. And then in April, they will be coming to present some awards at a business meeting. So,
Can I just make a comment about our region PTA? I went to our PTA day on the Hill, and I was eating lunch with our Region 6 board, and they are so smart and so dedicated and so I dedicated to advocacy for students and families, and I appreciate that. They are just outstanding. So.
yeah, I will also point out again that on the Utah PTA website, they do have their own legislative bill tracker of what the PTA's looking at, what they support and what they don't support, and that's also very helpful. So.
I have something to report that's not part of a board assignment, but I think it'd be interesting for you to know. South Jordan City during 9/11 of 26 is going to celebrate the 25th anniversary of 9/11 and also the 250th anniversary of the nation. So they're bringing in a really Jenny Taylor, who's Brent Taylor's wife, who was killed in combat up in Ogden. She's the one that does the big flags. They're going to bring almost kind of like an NFL live exhibit, where kids can come in, see things, talk. They have people that were there at 9/11 that live in our community. So they asked me to be a part of the planning, and so Jordan District will, in some ways, Dr. Godfrey's on this committee also. We're going to ask that we'd like to have, 5th, 8th, and 11th graders to come and see it. The whole community can see it at any time anyways. But and I think they're going to ask for some things from the district, like maybe some transportation and stuff. But it's a huge community effort. We have all the businesses that are behind it and government officials, and so it's not an assignment from the board. Mayor Ramsey just asked me to be a part of it, so I'll keep you informed. It's a week-long event. It starts the day after Labor Day and goes for a week. 9/11's among those days. So, anyways, pretty cool.
And thank you for sharing that. And as you shared that, that reminded me how we had the presentation from about America 250 in the district. And maybe I should put it on the agenda tracker. I would love to hear what is happening and what is planned for our students for that. I'm not making this up, right? Somebody did come talk to us about America 250. Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's mostly for next school year, but I'm interested.
April.
That okay.
I think, or is it being presented in April? I can't remember when the awards are, but for America 250. But after that presentation, I went home and printed off one packet for my 2nd grader and my 6th grader, and I did 12th grade for myself, so that I hold myself accountable. And we're going to try and do stuff.
That's awesome. I think our board should do stuff. A book study. That's not my idea.
John
That's
Adams by
me
David
saying I
McCullough.
like Daryl's idea.
I will be in Washington, D.C.
Cool. I can give a JLC USBA update. So at USBA, committees are changed every year. So I have been serving on the advocacy committee, which has primarily been a focus on social media. I just got reassigned, so I haven't even started my committee work yet, but I will now be chairing the legislative committee. That will give me an opportunity to talk more about some processes with, like, we planned the Day on the Hill, which just passed, the USBA Day on the Hill. I thought it was a really good event, mostly because Mike Anderson knows everyone and connected me to everyone that I wanted to talk to. But it was a great event. That will also be the responsibility of that committee to plan the delegate assembly and pre-delegate assembly, and then just working on JLC. So I'm excited to start that. In Joint Legislative Committee, we have been meeting every Friday on the Hill. Attached to our legislative discussion tonight, we added the bills that JLC has taken positions on. And I do think that being on the Hill has increased our FaceTime with legislators. So in that way, even though it's kind of a hassle and out of the way to get up there, I think it's been a beneficial process or exercise for us to move back over to the Hill. And I will spare you going through each of those bills individually, as we've already had our own legislative review, but I will thank you to Ms. Dean for pointing out that she appreciated those updates. And so I will start every week as I get those, I'll forward them to the board, and then we'll attach them onto the legislative update in board meetings so that you have a place to easily find them when you want to reference them. Okay. Dr. Godfrey, anything from the superintendent?
You will get a full report in our next board meeting, but this Health and Wellness Day was the best we've had. It was awesome. Great feedback, great online feedback. More tickets, slots, activities available than ever before. Impromptu activities created at the school level, planned out, supported by staff there.
Fewer cars at the schools themselves. I drove around to see and was thrilled to see that people were out doing things, and
They were doing things, and activities filled up. Employees got to know each other that would never have known each other otherwise. It's a defining moment every year. It just makes us who we are. It's really good. Thank you for supporting that. Better and better lessons every year for families. Some of those activities may seem simple, but engaging in them makes a big difference. And anyway, and the meals, I get thank yous for the meals always. So we really appreciate your support in that, and we'll give you more details next time. But huge success, and a thank you to there are lots of people involved, but Student Services Foundation and lots of other individuals who've been part of that. So
We were over at having our policy meeting at the Jordan Learning Center, and they were getting their meals when we were there, and everyone was just so thankful. But it was great. The thing I think I really walked away is the connection we're making with the community. I mean, we're doing great things for the teachers, but the connection we're making with the community is phenomenal. And so I loved it. And I love that every kid, I had a student that's a sweeper, and he was invited, so I love that everybody was involved, and it's a great thing. I think it's one of the best things that we do for our teachers. And remember, it came at the time when we couldn't hire people. Remember when we had all those empty slots, and we as a board said, what's on their plate? What can we take off? What can we make? How can we make their jobs better? And now all of a sudden we're in a position where too many applicants for one position. So the superintendent led this one up, and his idea, but we backed it, and I think it's made a huge difference in the lives of our employees. So thank you.
we'll have more next time. Thank you. And I just wanted to point out that in the LEAC meeting, the board got applause for having counselors and psychs and assistant principals in our elementary schools and the difference that's made. That was just spontaneous applause as someone mentioned it. So thank you.
I love that they recognize that as a support. That's great.
And they kept saying things like, if that weren't the case, this conversation would be very different.
That's right.
So let's talk about what we're facing. I can't even imagine what we would be facing if that weren't in place.
That's right. So thank you for that.
Can I ask a question? I've been reading a lot of newspaper articles that are mentioning the disruption of ICE protests in different districts. I'm just curious, are we seeing a strong impact in our schools? I'm seeing boards come out with public statements and all sorts of things right now.
About ICE or about ICE protests?
About ICE protests, students walking out of classes.
We have taken the approach that making statements is simply advertising for those events, and instead we have talked with school level staff, principals, and SROs and others, and if students organize, we discourage them from leaving, but we don't absolutely prevent them from leaving. We stay close enough to monitor safety, but we don't get close enough so that we suddenly own the event. And so any students who protest have to be off campus to do that. And we've had some larger groups that have walked to another site in protest, but to my knowledge, it's been without incident that that's happened. There are class consequences for walking out, and we apply consequences as we would for other absences.
Good to hear. Thank you. All right. Any others? Okay. Having reached the end of the agenda, wait, I have to do this correctly. We can move into closed session, and following the closed session, we will stand adjourned. Did I do it right, Paul?
Yeah, have somebody make that motion.
Oh, it has to be a motion.
I move that we go into closed session for character and competence of individuals, property, potential litigation, negotiation, security here in this room at JTC South, and that we adjourn as soon as that meeting is over.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to go into closed session. Following closed session, the meeting will adjourn, and we'll do a roll call vote. Ms. Dean? No.
Aye.
Ms. Wood? Dr. Robinson? Barrow? Yes. Mr. Dunford?
Aye.
Mr. Barnett?
Yes.
And I am also a yes. So we will adjourn this meeting following that closed session. Thank you for attending.